And of course, we look forward tomorrow very much to the cross-country for this 4-star Nations Cup competition over the absolutely stunning, on the absolutely stunning site, very dynamic ground, the splendid galloping stretches, and then the challenging and almost unique climbing areas on this course, and then descending, and so much to look forward to tomorrow and indeed over the next 3 days here at Pratoni del Vivaro.
Dunque oggi la seconda giornata dedicata al dressage, ma solo per quanto riguarda la graduatoria individuale. La competizione a squadre, naturalmente riferita alla prova di dressage, è terminata ieri, si è disputata ieri, e i 4 binomi per ciascuna squadra hanno detto la loro in rettangolo, l'hanno detta molto bene i 4 cavalieri della Germania. La Germania guida la classifica provvisoria a 78,70, la Francia alle sue spalle con 82,30, la Nuova Zelanda 87,50 in terza posizione, poi via via tutte le altre in ordine di classifica: Austria, Svizzera, Belgio, Spagna, Svezia, Italia. Per tutte loro, ovviamente per i binomi che compongono queste squadre, la prossima prova sarà il percorso di cross domani, mentre invece oggi gli altri concorrenti, quelli che gareggiano a titolo individuale, faranno il loro ingresso in campo, in rettangolo. La classifica individuale per il momento, quindi prima che si disputi la prova di quest'oggi, vede Ingrid Klimke al comando in sella a SAP Hale Bob con 24 punti e 8. La seconda posizione detenuta dal cavaliere francese Maxime Livio su AP du Libere con 25 punti e 4. La terza dalla neozelandese Jonelle Price, la numero 5 del mondo nella computer list di completo. Jonelle Price per la Nuova Zelanda in sella Ferry Magnifico a 25 secondi e 9. Queste sono le prime 3 posizioni. Per quanto riguarda i 4 cavalieri azzurri che ieri hanno affrontato la prova a squadre, il risultato migliore è quello di Susanna Bordone in sella ad Imperial van der Holtackers, che si trova in 23esima posizione con 33 punti e 5. Poi abbiamo Emiliano Portale su Aracne dell'esercito italiano, tra l'altro binomio campione d'Italia uscente, che è al 28esimo posto con 35 punti e 9, seguito al 29esimo da Evelina Bertoli su Figi de Melez a 36 e 4, e al 30esimo posto da Pietro Sandei Ruby de Prera a 37,5. Questi sono i cavalieri italiani che fanno parte della squadra, ma oggi ne vedremo altri in campo per la gara individuale. Il primo concorrente di questa seconda giornata dedicata al dressage qui a Rocca di Papa Pratoni del Vivaro sarà in rettangolo alle 10.
Op 1? Hallo?
To allow, please.
Va bene, chiedo? Io posso chiamare poi Giuseppe? Cosa? Che mi deve far vedere, cioè devo fare il giro con lui, che non mi faccia spostare poi cose che... No, quello non si può più spostare niente. No, però
la telecamera?
Sì, io metto fuori le telecamere, che non mi dica che è troppo vicino, è troppo distante, troppo cosa. Prima di iniziare a montare i pezzi, magari lo vedo.
So just 10 minutes before we get underway here in the dressage arena on the second day of competition here at the first leg of the 2022 FEI Eventing Nations Cup. Well, 9 nations being represented here over the 4 days of 4-star eventing here at Pratoni del Vivaro. And as called just a little while ago, it is Germany who lead the way from a team perspective after yesterday's dressage. when it was the day for the team riders to come forwards. Germany leading the way on 78.7. France then in second on 82.3. New Zealand on 87.5. Austria 88.7. Switzerland with 89.4. Belgium 93.8. Spain 99.5. Sweden 99.5. And Italy 105.8. So those are the 9 nations who have presented and forwarded teams here at the Nations Cup at Pratoni del Vivari, and the individual rankings after yesterday's dressage. Ingrid Klimke and the immensely talented and immensely successful SAB Hale Bob on that score of 24.8. Ingrid Klimke, double Olympic and European gold medalist, really stamping her class here with that score of 24.8, and Ingrid has the lowest score ever here in the dressage phase at Pratoni over the last 3 decades. Second place after yesterday's dressage, Maxime Livio for France with Happy Dulibert on a score of 25.4. Then Janelle Price, the world number 5 for New Zealand on Ferry Magnifo, 25.9. Then Robin Goodell on Grandeur de l'Elysée, 26. Then moving to 5th place after yesterday's dressage, Andres Dabowski for Germany aboard FRH Corrida, 26.5. 6th, Harald Ambrose. Really good dressage score for this combination. Harald Ambrose and Lexicon 2 for Austria, 26.5. Then the world number 6, Tim Price and Falco, the combination who won the Po 5-star in the southwest of France last autumn on a score of 26.6. Then for Germany, Sophie Lube aboard Jadot Noir, 27.4. 9th, Christopher 6 and Totem Bressy for France on 28.3. And then Nicolas Touzan aboard Absolute Gold HDC with a score of 28.6. Well, that's the top 10 after yesterday's dressage. And as you can hear from the scores that I've just called, very, very close at the top, just as we expected with this very fine world-class field for the first leg of the 2022 FEI and the Eventing Nations Cup Series. And what finer place and more poignant place than to get underway here at the historic site of the Pratoni di Vivari, Rome 1960 Olympic Olympic Games for the first leg of the Nations Cup 2022. Well, of course, this 4-star Nations Cup first leg here over the 4 days is the eventing test event for the FEI World Championships later this year here at Pratoni, and also this competition over the 4 days counting towards the title and medals for the 2022 Italian Championships and the Italian Military Riders Championships. So much to play for here over the 4 days at Pratoni del Vivaro, and so much to look forward to over the next 3 days. What a day it was yesterday with this world-class field, with Ingrid Klimke and SAB Hale Bob leading the way, individually on 24.8, Germany leading the way from a team perspective on that score of 78.7.
Pochi minuti dunque prima di avere in rettangolo il primo concorrente di questa seconda giornata dedicata al dressage, con i cavalieri concorrenti, ammazzano i cavalieri individuali, dopo che ieri abbiamo avuto in rettangolo i 4 componenti, le 9 squadre che si sfidano in questa prima tappa del circuito 2022 di Coppa delle Nazioni FEI. Grande evento dunque che comincia qui al circuito del Vivaro, un luogo che rappresenta non solo per tutti noi italiani ma per tutti gli amanti del computer.
Welcome to Rome, the Eternal City. Welcome to Rocca di Papa and Pratoni, hosts of the FEI World Championships Venting and Driving. From the great success of the 1960 Rome Olympic Games to the 1998 World Equestrian Games, Pratoni will once again be the main attraction of the sporting universe for two of the most spectacular equestrian disciplines. Passion, adrenaline, stunning scenery, sacrifice, spectacles, fantastic fans. These are our promises for these FEI World Championships, with the participation of the world's top-class athletes. From a glorious past, we look forward to witnessing the greatest contemporary expression of equestrian sports. Everything is ready to write the next important page in Pratoni's history book. Pratoni 2022, an unforgettable edition of the FEI World Championships of Eventing and Driving, awaits you.
Well, this is the superb scene, ladies and gentlemen, that greets us on Friday morning. This, the historic Pratoni del Vivaro site. The warmest of welcomes, and yes, the page is very much open, and we can't wait for the World Championships to come here in September. It will be the 15th edition of the World Championships that started back at Burley in 1966. Every 4 years we've had 14 editions up to 2022, and Pratoni has the distinction on this beautiful Friday morning of knowing that it becomes a very special venue, because only Lexington and Burley have had two World Championships. Lexington in '78 and in 2010, and Burley, the very first edition, in 1966, and then again 8 years later in 1974, Pratoni here in '98, and again in 2022. Only three venues have had multiple worlds. It's distinguished, and this is day two. This is the test event for the World Championships that are fast approaching in September. We had all of the Nations Cup competitors yesterday. 35 were through the dressage, and Ingrid Klimke is out in front with her double European Championship winning Hail Bob. This is the start list, everybody, for day two. It is 28 individuals that will come before our ground jury. It's a wonderful venue. It's historic. 1960 was the Olympics here of Rome. And those World Games, well, it was brilliant back in '98, and that saw victory for Blythe Tate. Only two riders in the history since '66 have done the double world title. Bruce Davidson. Bruce won with Might Tango, and again Bruce had another super win, both in Kentucky, Lexington for the American, and Blythe Tate, well, he won in 1990 with Messiah in Stockholm, and he won again here in '98 in Rome. Delighted to have your company, and we welcome our grand jury, our judges, for the 4 days of competition here at Rocca di Papa. This, the Albani Hills. And let's see the president for Canada. He will judge here for the World Champs that are coming in September. Peter Gray, it is, we welcome. Peter, a double Olympian, Los Angeles and Seoul, alongside the great Sir Mark Todd, who won both of those Olympics. Toddy, 31st in Seoul and 41st in Los Angeles with Sommers and Counts Best. And Peter was at the very first World Equestrian Games, 8 editions of the WEG as it was. 1990, he rode Newport into 23rd position behind Blythe. In Stockholm 1990, Peter judging at C. At H, Marina Ciocchetti it is for Italy. And at B, France's Laure Eslan are our judges. And we get underway with a treble Olympian. Carlos Parro will launch us into action. 42 years of age. Carlos started riding at 7 years of age. He was influenced by his older brother Andre on a horse bought by grandfather. He started eventing in Brazil back in '93. He won the Brazilian children's eventing title that year. And had a very good win in the junior Brazilian champs the following year.
Ah, muss man eingeben. Ja, alles gut. Alles klar. Nein, von Brasilien.
Carlos had a formative year with Chris Bartle at the Yorkshire Riding Centre in '97, and he did ride here in the Worlds in '98. His maiden Olympic voyage was in Sydney with Felina. 21st place it was, and that in the Millennium year was the best eventing finish for Brazil in the modern Olympic era. And this horse was Carlos's ride in Tokyo. 32nd they finished last autumn. Based up in Malpas, Cheshire. At the sadly now no longer operative Hart Hill stud that was founded in '09 by Nina Barber and Oliver Townend. No active breeding though, sadly, Carlos told me this morning at Hart Hill. But it's beautiful countryside, rolling Cheshire land. As Goliath into this diagonal walk. It is the 4-star B test they perform here for the World Championship test events. This horse was down in Verhead La Frontera show jumping start of this year. I know that Carlos very close to the prices, and Tim and Janelle head Spainward start of the year to get things moving in show jumping. A little bit nervous up into canter, sadly, rather preempted the upward transition, but then puts in a lovely flying change, so quick recovery from the Brazilian. This pair, good old partners, 6 years has been their partnership. Carlos not only rode here in Rome back in '98, but also was in Aachen in 2006 with political mandates. A fairly good flying change. Tamai just lost the rhythm a little bit in the canter prior to the change. This pair make their very first outing this season here at Pratoni. And no doubt for Carlos, a fact-finding mission. He'll be surely here for the World Championships in September. Goliath ending up very nicely. Some good trot work to finish it for the treble Olympian Carlos Parro. It is that completes. I think he's off golfing this afternoon with Jesse Campbell and Tim Price, and they'll enjoy knocking a few balls around this beautiful countryside that we are blessed to enjoy here at Pratoni del Vivaro. I had a good look around Giuseppe de la Chiesa's cross-country course yesterday afternoon. It is beautiful out there. Mark Lucy, the British vet, is compiling a big study at the moment, comparing ground for cross-country, and he said the data is going to come later and I will bring that to you tomorrow, but this ground is extraordinary. Its rebound is very springy, its rebound is very high, and that of course allows some return off the surface, so not dead in any sense the ground, and the horses therefore really will pop off the turf across the country tomorrow. Good start it is for day two's dressage. Carlos Parro with the Dutch warm blood, Goliath through the first phase. Just to remind you, Ingrid Klimke was dazzling as ever yesterday. Daughter of the great Dr. Rainer Klimke, one of the best in dressage we've ever had in world equestrian sports. Carlos is going to go into 24th position behind Ingrid, 33.7. Ingrid blazed the trail to lead by 0.6. Clear of a man who's a big gun for France, Maxime Livio, lies second. Happy du Libert, his ride in the Europeans in Avange last year.
for Brazil.
25.4, and Janelle Price, a lovely young horse, very magnifico for the New Zealander. In third place, 25.9, 1.1 back of Ingrid Klimke's lead.
Nome importante per il completo azzurro, lui è nato nel 73 a Roma, una partecipazione al campionato del mondo, proprio quello che nel 1998 si è tenuto qui a Roma, e il completo qui ai Pratoni del Vivaro, 2 volte nel campionato d'Europa, nel 2001, nel 2003 e nel 2001 medaglia di bronzo a squadre.
Well, now our first rider of the day for Brazil. This is Sutugo George, brought forward, ridden and owned by Fabio Fani Ciotti. For Italy, 13-year-old
Not only the World Championship Test events, also the Nations Cup takes centre piece here in Pratoni, but crucially, it is the 2022 Italian National Championships, and this man will be battling for the national title. Delighted to welcome 48-year-old Fabio Fani Ciotti is our number 2 in the dressage. He also, like Carlos, rode here in the World Equestrian Games as it was in Rome back in '98. That was with Mansell. Fabio also had 2 European Senior Championships in Pau in France back in 2001 with Downtown Brown. And the same horse he rode in Punchestown, Tommy Brennan's majestic Irish cross-country course of 2003. This morning it is Sutugo George for number 2. This horse, he was bred in Hungary, out of the Hungarian Sport Horse Studbook, 13 years of age. This is their second outing of the year. They were in Arezzo, 5th in the 2-star long in Italy to get their year started. It's a nigh on perfect halt in front of Peter Gray. This horse, you just feel you'd love just to come up in the hand a little bit more of Fabio. Just a little bit leaning downwards. And of course, unsteady in the head carriage as well. Would just love to lift him up a little bit. And have the head and neck a little bit more consistently steady. This horse was produced by Canada's Catherine Robinson in Great Britain. Had 2 international runs with Catherine Osberton and Bicton, and then started his career with Fabio back in 2018. In fact, their very first competition as a pair was here at Pratoni del Vivaro, March of that year. They had a very good second last year in Montelibretti, 3-star long here in Italy, February last year. But suffering a little bit, I think, because of the contact issue. The rather downhill nature of the frame, and hopefully now things will pick up into the canter. Things improving here. The frame is becoming more consistent. The son of Giorgio, out of Perfect by Notorious, comes to his flying change. Before then, the canter half pass. The dressage test, of course, symmetrical. Testing each of the reins of the horse. It's got to be good bilaterally. And then again here, not totally extending the length of gait, rather reminds me of my old dressage comments. My horse was not a good mover, And typically it will be running, no extension shown, and a little bit the same, I'm sad to say, for Sudigo George. Down though into a good enough final holds. And the man who was here for the Rome World Equestrian Games back in '98. Blythe Tate won with the stunning chestnut Ready Teddy. That horse was bred in New Zealand for Blythe. They won here that year. And exciting to note that only 2 riders since 1966 have won the world title on 2 occasions, Bruce Davidson and Blythe Tate. And should Ros Canter be selected for the British team, and it's incredible that as world champion that is not a given, but you certainly have got to back Laura Collitis, the brand new badminton champion of last week with London, 52. You've got to back Tom McEwen, he was second after Dressage. Late fall it was at badminton for Tom and Toledo de Cursa, but I'm sure the selectors will overlook that, bearing in mind they are the individual Olympic silver medal winners from Tokyo. Oliver Townend, you'd have to put in the team with Ballamore class, I would imagine. The battle for the 4th spot for Britain is really fierce between the likes of Piggy March. Kitty King looked very good with Vendredi Biance. And Ros Canter, maybe Lordship's Graffalo would be the choice. He's only 10 but second at badminton, we will see. But should Ros win, having been selected of course for the Worlds, she'd be only the 3rd rider to do the double. Long way to go, selection and then performance, but that is the thrilling affair that awaits us in the autumn here at Pratoni del Vivaro.
Ora sarà la volta per I colori dell'Italia di Paolo Tollonia in sella a Bambino.
Tough test it was for Fabio Fani Ciotti, and Sudigo George, 38.6, has them down, I'm afraid, in 34th position.
Una partecipazione per lui nel campionato d'Europa nel 2021 ad Avanches. Eccolo in rettangolo, Paolo Tollonia in sella.
The next to come is a very talented young Italian, Paolo Tollonia. We welcome, he's 25 years of age. He's based locally, so the beautiful Gatcombe estate in Minchinhampton in Gloucestershire, same county as badminton from last week. Of course, once again, we must voice our thoughts alongside Nicola Wilson, that heavy forward JL Dublin, and wishing her a very good recovery. Paolo had his very first Europeans in Avanches last year around Mike Etherington Smith's championship course. It was a really interesting test from Mikey S. And Bambino de Ilate, his ride this morning was his ride in Avanches, 35th position. Paolo was at 4 youth Europeans, 2 young riders in Mill Street and Montelibretti, 2017 and 2016. Ponies on 2 occasions, Fontainebleau and Jaskovo in France and Poland, respectively 2012 and 2011. Paolo is in his 12th season eventing, having started in 2011. And with this horse, 5 seasons they are now in. They commenced in Houghton Hall in England back in 2018. They've had 2 runs this year. They sadly had a fall at Pielbergen, their debut. A disappointing start, and they righted the record. They dropped down from 4-star short to 2-star short in Arezzo to rebuild confidence in preparation for the Italian Championships here at Pratoni. It's a pretty nice hall, not totally square, but very good immobility established. Bambino de Ilate has got a compact, powerful frame, is a good mover as they go down the long side in a very solid looking shoulder in. I like the picture that this two paints. It's a composed picture. And this is more the uphill frame I was referring to. With the last in the arena, it's much more uphill, light on the forehand, and that of course crucial Bearing in mind tomorrow's cross country, there are some long downhill sections. If your horse is naturally galloping uphill and not leaning on his forehand, you'll have a much better chance of jumping fence 8 tomorrow, which is on a long downhill stretch. It's a very nice start here from Paolo Tollonia. He's got a dressage feel about the way he sits. It's very accurate. His hands are wonderful. I talked yesterday about Ingrid Klimke's hands and compared Ingrid to Christopher Burton. Berto now show jumping, but again was a great exponent of dressage. And Paolo Tollonia again has got hands in that same bracket. It's high praise, I know, on a Friday morning, but I think it's a fair observation. And it's a great walk this horse has got. It's powering along. It's a long frame, a long stride. And tracking up beautifully. By that I mean the hind leg imprint on the sand is at or over where the front hoofs left their mark, left their impression. It's a marker, flexibility over the back of engagements between front and back end of the horse, and a lovely canter as well. Again, it's effortless, it's off the ground, it's relaxed, but it's got energy. I'd say pretty much perfect, and I think the judges will be digging deep in their pockets here. Paolo Tollonia, of course, with the relaxation of Bambino di Latte, bravely extends the canter. Just a little bit. Taking the contact a little bit. Not quite the right frame in the flying change, rather lost the balance. Front end fell out of the shoulder slightly, but I tell you, this is wonderful to watch. Italy line 9th place in the Nations Cup, and I must say to the selectors, unless there's, well, we know there's a cross-country issue because of that fall in Pielbergen. It was a bit of an anomaly looking at their record, so again, not selected for the Nations Cup this week, but with that sort of performance and a good weekend ahead, could Paolo Tollonia make his World Championship debut later this autumn. It's a class test from the number 3 into our dressage. He's self-Francais, he's 11 years of age, he's the son of Orlando, crossed to Bebop III. Smart from Paolo Tollonia in the dressage.
Gli è stato attribuito, giuria che ricordiamo si compone del signor Peter Gray in C, della signora Marina Sciocchetti in H e della signora Laura Elan in B. Abbiamo, vedremo insomma se verrà confermato il punteggio che ora appare. Il giudice in C attribuisce una percentuale di 72,14, il giudice in H 71,43, il giudice in B 56,19, una percentuale totale di 66,59, punteggio di 33,4, 23esimo posto in classifica per Paolo Tollonia e Bambino Delilat.
So the scores for Bambino
Just awaiting the score for Paolo Tollonia. It was an impressive start. He was trending in the 20s. I think sadly lost a little bit of ground, but there's a lot to work on. They've got bags of potential, that pair, in the dressage rectangle. Powerful extended trot it was. The percentages at C 60.2 for at H 59.76 and at B 64.05. It is a penalty score of 38.7 for Fabio. Sorry, that's Fabio Fani Ciotti's mark. My blue line across, which I thought was It's Rakensteller playing games with their old buddy. I thought the blue line was on the new score. That was on Fabio Fani Ciotti, so apologies. I'll re-give you the marks for Paolo Tollonia. 71.19% at C at H, 70.48.
Federico Zacchetti.
And at B, I'm surprised, 65.49. It looks like it's 34.5. That score is still to be confirmed. Apologies for the slightly fluffy donation of information. The next to come, Federico Zacchetti. We have 3 back-to-back for Italy at the start of day 2. Federico riding Antonio Rusticoni's GRC Shiraz, the new starter. Federico is a young gun. He is just 23 years of age. He started eventing in 2015. He is only in his 8th international season. He struck his first international victory May of 2017 in Polare in Savona, down near the beautiful Ligurian coast, or up from Rome, but down from where I used to live in Austin. That's where I used to drive to the beach. That's why I'm saying down. That was Picasso del Quadrifoglio. This is GRC Shiraz's 3rd start at 4-star short international level. Problems in the halt. Could not, sadly, maintain immobility. GRC Shiraz is the son of Vidal Arkansas. He was a 1.40 meter jumper and a descendant of the famous Almay Z. 41.8% thoroughbred, Vidal Arkansas. This horse's sire. And his dam sire, Flagmount King. It's a King of Diamonds son. Irish sport horse. That explains the body size of GRC Shiraz. And only 9. It's a beautiful test from another 9-year-old, very Magnifico, yesterday for Janelle Price. And Federico suffering a little bit, I'm afraid. It's a brutally hard discipline, dressage. If your horse either is ill-disposed to it, doesn't like it, or doesn't have the requisite movement for big marks, I always sort of wonder why we couldn't mark a horse according to his movement. I mean, if it can only move so much, that's a genetic issue, not a fault of its own or its training. Of course, you can improve movement with training, but there's only so much you can do. You certainly cannot make a dressage silk purse out of a sow's ear. But that is the way of the modern sport. And again, throwing his head around as well. In the early canter work here, so Federico Zacchetti is going to be slammed by Peter Gray. And the others, not suggesting, of course, Peter is a stingy Canadian at all. He's a charming man who will be here for the World Championships later this year to judge. And he goes to Aachen. His very first time as the true Wimbledon of equestrian sport in Aachen, the Sers Arena. Quite extraordinary. I was there for the World Games back in '06, was my commentary highlight by Country Mile. Well, Burley was also nice back in the day, but something special about a World Championships, of course. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing this one across country tomorrow, because I think he's got all of the gallop and jump to take on Giuseppe Della Chiesa's intense course. I had a quick chat to Sam Griffiths earlier as part of the New Zealand setup now. Sam said it's an intense cross country with a lot of jumps in a short distance. Add that to the undulations here. The start up to the first combination at 7 is just uphill all the way, so there's a big demand on stamina, on gallop, and on attitude of horse and rider. Federico Zacchetti will be very pleased to get the dressage phase behind him and can focus on tomorrow, They started in Montelibretti twice this year already. They were fourth in Montelibretti, 4-star short penultimate outing. And they prepared for these Italian national championships in Radovsa, the Vogue family's beautiful event on Lake Constance. That was a 3-star short run around Riga Rouse cross country in the south of Germany.
Invece ora Federico Zacchetti, sempre che venga poi confermato il risultato, ci sono degli aggiornamenti che insomma proseguono, ma per il momento il giudice in C gli ha attribuito la percentuale di 56,19, il giudice in H di 59,29, il giudice in B di 55,24, la percentuale totale di 56,90, il punteggio di 43,1, la 39esima posizione in classifica provvisoria.
So the scores in for Federico Zacchetti and GRC Shiraz. Scores at H, the percentage scores at C to start with, 56.19. At H, 59.29, and at B, 55.24.
Yes, a bit of a dressage struggle, sadly. 43.1 and into 39th position. That surely will shine across the country tomorrow. But this is the gorgeous overhead view, the eagle eye perspective of the dressage arena here at Pratoni del Vivaro. Test event for the Worlds to come later this year. The weather magnificent for these 4 days of competition. It's warm, it's 26 degrees minimum. There's a light flutter of wind on these Albani hills, and it's a magnificent backdrop to the dressage that, courtesy of the wonderful overhead drone footage, we can enjoy. The next to come, combination number 5 of Friday morning. Delighted to welcome the one for Germany to come early. It is, of course, Ingrid Klimke who leads. Germany have got 2 in the top 5 only. Germany have got 2 in the top 5 individually. Andreas Dubovsky sitting in 5th place with his great corrida. And SAP Hail Bob, that showed us the best test of yesterday for Ingrid Klimke. Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp, it is that we welcome. She's a northern German from an equestrian family in Schleswig-Holstein. Her father Klaus was an event rider himself, and he built a cross-country training ground at their home. A student of agriculture, a horsewoman through and through. Her stables are in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. It's a very far northeast province of Germany, north of Berlin, due west of the Polish border. It's a very bright start, 27.5. Started eventing Marlin in 2003. She won, in fact, her very first international competition at Sarendorf with the horse that she took to the Lyon d'Angers World Young Horse Championships. TSF Amazing Grace, that was. Her second international win was in Sarendorf again in 2018 with her other good horse, Monsieur Schnabel. This is the very elegant Carlitos Quidditch K. It started beautifully. And this is a horse that can impress in the phases to come because he's of show jumping bloodlines. His sire is Kiwi Dream, was a top show jumper with Hans-Dieter Dreyer. In fact, a horse that was good enough to win the Sparkassen Youngster Cup at Aachen, no less, in 2013. And was second with Hansi at the Speed Derby at Royal Dublin's Horse Show in Ireland in 2015. Kiwi Dream, the son of the great Quidam de Revel, Hervé Godagnon's Olympic ride, Barcelona Olympics for Hervé back in '92. 4th individually, and team bronze with the French for Quidam de Revel back to Gillesco B. Fine bloodlines. And the dam sire, San Patriano Cassini. That's another show jumper with no less a man than Frankie Slutak. Mistake up into the canter, broke into trot momentarily. So mid-test blemish for this pair who are still hovering around the 30 penalty mark. Two outings this year. The last outing was in Kreuz, in the heart of Germany, 3-star short for 2nd position. They completed Boekelo late last year. 16th place it was. East side of Holland near Enschede. It was a very good double clear. Just time penalties, in fact, in show jumping as well as out on the cross country. It's very tall, elegant, dapple grey. It's got a beautiful coat. Uphill, but to my eye, just a little bit tight in the neck would be my one observation. Just can see the band of muscle below the neck. Ideally, you want a pure muscle on the top line, and it should be nice and loose and floppy around his gullet. But it's a very smart test for Carlitos Quidditch. The Holsteiner 10-year-old Kiwi Dream crossed the San Patriano Cassini down to a slightly off square halt, very close with the hind feet.
By Kiwi Dream draws his test to a close with Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp for Germany in the plate.
Termina dunque Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp in sella Carlitos Quidditch K. Ora vedremo il suo risultato. 31,20 sembrerebbe essere il punteggio definitivo per lei, con la percentuale di 71,43 in C, 68,68 in H, 66,43 in B, una percentuale complessiva di 68,85, 31,2 il punteggio di Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp per il Carlitos Quidditch K.
So those scores now in for Carlitos Quidditch K and Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp. It is, they are scores of 71.43, percentage 71.43, 68.68 and 66.43. Total percentage score 68.85 with a resultant penalty of 31.2. 31.2 it is that Germany's Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp and Carlitos Quidditch K will take forwards to tomorrow's second phase cross country. Well, still very much leading the way individually. It is for Germany, Ingrid Klimke aboard the great SAB Hailbob on that score of 24.8, but it is very close at the top. And obviously,
the next to come, beautiful aerial view it is of this Pratoni del Vivaro dressage amphitheatre. And a young lady for Italy, we now welcome Elisa Vincenti is the next to come. She's 24 years of age. This pair have successfully completed at 3 Youth Europeans. The juniors in Montelibretti in 2016 was their first voyage, 29th there, and then impressive young riders in Fontainebleau. 2018, that was Team Silver, and 26th individually. They were also in Marsbergen. 2019, 3 years ago, that was 29th individually, and 5th with the Italian team. Herminia it is that we welcome. Elisa Vincenti is in the saddle. This one owned by Fabrizio Vincenti. She's 15 years of age. She's a Belgian mare. The daughter of a very good show jumper. One of the Philipparts' show jumpers, that is H&M Cabrio van der Heffink. The dam sire here is the brilliant Darko. Again, Darko was Ludo's ride in the Olympics in yesteryear. So this horse bred like the one we've just seen for show jumping. And the powerful grey Herminia will set sail down the centre line here in Italy.
Elisa Vincenti and Herminia, the penultimate combination to come in front of our grand.
It's always a slightly fearsome sight as an event ride, I think, unless you're Pippa Funnell or Ingrid Klimke, the centre line, because that is the start of your dressage adventure, which can go swimmingly and it can go disastrously on occasion. It's a good start, just out of your camera shot. The front and back legs a little bit out of parallel unity. This horse is an elastic mover, has got some good cadence, lift off the ground. as Elisa Vincenti starts that half circle back into the left-handed half pass. Just swishing his tail a little bit here, or her tail. Herminia can be interpreted as a sign of resistance. Can of course be flies, and no doubt there are some flies. I've had a few whopping bites out in the hotel grounds in the morning doing my stretching exercise routine. So no doubt there are a few little nasties flying, but a very good start here. But it's the manner of the tail swish which again will come under assessment of our three judges, and I think fair to say this is not in an aggressive or in a resistant sort of a way, and that is why this pair are scoring highly. 24 years of age, big occasion for Elisa Vincenti. Just coming up a little bit above the bit, and then inconsistent in the contact and the walk. It's been a bit of a theme this morning for the Italian horses. Don't like to make a sweeping statement, but we've had a couple now that are just not quite staying in a steady, constant contact. It's got to be at least consistent. Constant would be ideal. You see that with the greats. And again here, just ideally the horse's head and neck would be a little bit longer, a little bit lower before the transition. I spent many years being drilled in classical dressage, so I had to get a feel of this rather precise mercurial art. My coach was classically trained in the same school as Artur Cottas, the great chief of the Spanish riding school, so I was certainly put through my paces as a young eventer. And again here, the contact is wavering and the horse is a little bit above the vertical. And that is why she's gone the other side of 30. And again here, just not maintaining these sideways and forward movements simultaneously. Breaking the rhythm in that canter half pass. So, impressive start, certainly for Elisa Vincenti. Things just going a little bit out of her grasp. Second half of the test, but again, oozing potential this pair. And their Team Silver, Young Riders in Fontainebleau, was very, very impressive. Back in 2018 and down to a good haul to complete.
Elisa Vincenti and Herminia.
That silver was in behind France. And a young man on the French team, Victor Levesque, is a real star for the future. Elisa was alongside Luca Mezzaroba, Pietro Majolino and Fosco Girardi were the Italian silver medal winning team. And yeah, looks a little bit disconsolate leaving. And I could see a smile. It's the only way to approach dressage, really, with a little bit of humour. When it doesn't quite go according to plan. That was my problem. I could not see the funny side particularly.
Il giudice in H 68,57, il giudice in B 68,57, il giudice in chiedo scusa, sì, il giudice in H 68,57, anche il giudice in B 68,57, la percentuale complessiva di 67,22, punteggio di 32,8, 25esimo posto in classifica per Elisa Vincenti ed Herminia.
So the scores then for the fourth Italian pairing to come in front of our ground jury this morning. It is for Elisa and Vincenti and Herminia, percentage scores of 64.52, 68.5.
25th position, 32.8 it is for Elisa Vincenti. And Herminia looks ready for a mid-morning nap at the end of her test here.
32.8 the penalty score.
We wish them
for
well
this
out
first
on
ladies dressage
Giuseppe Della
for Italy's
Chiesa's
Elisa
wonderful
Vincenti
cross-country.
and
It's got a
Aminda.
real championship feel already. The test for tomorrow's cross-country, the real focus of eventing. Beautiful, undulating, rolling course. You certainly get a feel of badminton or Burley when you walk the
Well, now
course.
for Switzerland,
And
it
very
is,
proud
Carla
Pratoni.
Brunner.
Only
Right,
3
Sia,
venues
it's a
in the
14-year-old
history since 1966 have hosted
by,
more than
Sutherland.
one world champs.
And owned by,
Kentucky
Monica
with 2
Hegel.
1978 and
Carla Brunner
2010.
riding for Switzerland.
Ora l'ultimo binomio
Burley
di questo primo
1966, the
gruppo
very
di
first,
sette,
and
composto
1974 at Burley, and now Pratoni
Carla Brunner
98,
vinse la
and the forthcoming 2022 World Championships. Well, Switzerland, looking at the Nations Cup standing, they are in 3rd position. They are ahead of New Zealand by 0.3, was impressive. The Swiss, who were 4th of the Europeans last year in Avanche, they only missed out on the team bronze by 1 penalty. It was very tight. The Swiss, under the guidance of Andrew Nicholson, for cross-country. Leslie McNaught-Mandley it is for the show jumping. And this is Carla Brunner. We welcome the last of the first session to bring us up into our first coffee break of the morning. Carla had a busy youth career. She was at the Pony Europeans 2012, 2013 and 14. The juniors came twice, Bialibor, Montelibretti, 2015 and 2016. And then a cluster of 3 young riders, Mill Street, Fontainebleau and Marsbergen. The last, they were all with Skidio in 2019. Cilia is down the centre line, and Carla Brunner, last of the first session, aboard this mare. She's a Samrand daughter, out of a very famous dressage dam sire, no lesser named than Donoghue. Just a little bit tight in the shoulder in, not quite forward and travelling up into the hand of Carla Brunner, just a little bit static in the shoulder in. The Swiss put on a wonderful show for the Europeans of last year in Avanche. It was great to be there. Perfect halt. And immobility established and maintained as well. Very good from Carla Brunner. This pair, 3 starts this year, to date in Montelibretti twice, and last outing was in Marbach. Clear cross country every time this year. They were last here in Pratoni in November of 2020. It's a lovely light build, expressive mare. And if she can just hold her nerves here, the mare, she's got a very good, expressive walk, but you can just see little losses in rhythm. Carla's doing a good disguise job here. This second day of dressage, all the individual combinations in the 4-star short, having completed the Nations Cup pairs yesterday. We mentioned the Swiss-Kiwi battle for the bronze. Up ahead, 4.9 penalties clear of the Swiss is France. Olympic champions in Rio 2016, 82.3 for Michel Assuret's French team. And Germany, as ever, our front runners, 78.7 for Peter Thompson's German team. 3.5 penalties is the German clearance over the 9 nations. Samrant was the Hanoverian Vice-County Champion. World Young Horse Champs in Verden, formerly. This horse's sire approved for Oldenburg, Mecklenburg, Rhineland, Westphalia, and also South Francais approved. And Samrant is a Sandro Hitt son of Dressage Blue Blood, which explains why Cilia moves as she does. Good test it is for Carla Brunner.
Carla Brunner and Cilia
Improved,
for Switzerland.
certainly
First session of
a slightly
dressage
sluggish
this morning.
start, but then got into a very good gear.
Scores to come in for Switzerland's Cilia and Carla Brunner.
Termina Carla Brunner in sella Cilia per I colori della Svizzera ed era l'ultimo binomio di questo primo gruppo di 7.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with Carla Brunner through the dressage, that is the first 7 of the 28 to come on day 2 here at Pratoni del Vivaro for the World Championship Test event this autumn. We have had 3 as well that are battling for the Italian national title this year. Fabio Fani Ciotti, Paolo Tollonia and Federico Zacchetti through their tests. We will have quite a group of Italians in the next session. It's going to be 5 for Italy to come after the break, which is at 11:09, the resumption. A man who was the former rider for no less than Michael Jung will restart the second session. Pietro Grandis will bring the Scuderia 1918, Scuderia 1918 future to the dressage. Pietro Majolino, Mattia Luciani, Umberto Riva and Marco Cappai are the Italians to come in the next session. Antonio Cejudo Caro for Spain and Patrick Ruegg for the Swiss are still to come. 34.9 it is for Carla Brunner, and that is the final score of the first session of the dressage. Well, it's a wonderful scene here in Pratoni, as the overhead aerial view gives us the beautiful background and the foreground. Ingrid Klimke, brilliant to lead as ever. She leads by 0.6 of Maxime Livio. No change to this position on day 2, early starters. And Janelle Price, her new star, Ferry Magnifico, in 3rd place for the former badminton champion. These guys are all in contention. I think tomorrow's test will be influential. Albert Hermoso Faris has got all the experience. That is Quilate. He was the first of yesterday. Still in the top 15. And the lady who claimed the individual silver behind Michael Jung, London 2012, has got her Tokyo Olympic substitute in Chiquello, again poised to attack. Carlos Parro, first out of the morning today. Goliath, again Olympian from Tokyo. Carlos, treble Olympian in total. And Amanda Pottinger, well, she stormed around the cross-country at badminton last week. And good timing for the Kiwis in 30th position, as did Sophia Scherberg. She was good at badminton, completed without jumping penalties with her lovely DHI Mighty Dwight last week. And Emiliano Portali, well, that is one of the most stylish horsemen in the business, to my eye, sitting on 33rd spot. Jesse Campbell will be fighting tomorrow. Diacello, I think, was awarded some fairly harsh marks yesterday morning. I did not watch closely, as I said, but I thought Jesse deserved a little bit better. And Federico Zacchetti, was a tough ride for him, but GRC Shiraz is only 9 years of age, so horse cutting his teeth at this sharp end of world eventing. So we have a short break, and 20 minutes it is, and we will be back at 11:09 with a sharp focus on the Italian National Championships, with 5 Italians to come in the second session. We bid you farewell. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Enjoy your cup of tea this morning. We'll be back soon. Day 2 for this World Championship test event getting underway. No real impact from our first session's combinations on our leaderboard that is still headed up by Ingrid Klimke. Ingrid stunning as ever yesterday with SAP Hale Bob, former double European champion. Ingrid leading on 24.8. It is 0.6 of a penalty, her advantage over a man who's had a 5-star win in his impressive young career. Maxime Livio, second for France. Pietro Grandis, his ride in the Europeans last year. And Janelle Price, the badminton champion of 2018, lies third with a new star for Janelle. Very Magnifico lived up to his name yesterday, was magnificent for Janelle Price, 25.9. We go now to a young man who learnt his art, had a number of years with Michael Jung. Michael's based in Horb in the south of Germany. We welcome Pietro Grandis to the starts. The Scuderia 1918 company, doing a lot both in show jumping. Of course, it was their Scuderia 1918 Tobago Z that lifted the Rolex Grand Prix in show jumping at the Dutch Masters with Daniel Deusser. Also, Julian Martinengo Marquette is a relatively new addition to the Scuderia 1918 rider portfolio. And Pietro Grandis also linked to Scuderia. 14 years of age. This is a Fetcher N Sun. The dam star here is a Le Mistral. Combination 43 of the 65 to come before Peter Gray, Marina Ciocchetti and Laura Eslan, our grand jury panel. This horse a lovely light. Again, off the floor mover, uphill is his frame, his way of going is super. It's always virtually a necessity to have a horse that is built this way, uphill, expressive mover to score big marks in the dressage. And this horse has got a brilliant walk. It was a real feature in Tim Price's test yesterday with Falco, the Po champions. Superb walk for Falco. This horse is right up in the same bracket of good walkers. And surely the old saying will run true. If they have a good walk, they'll gallop well as well. Uphill into canter. Succinct transition up at 8 for Pietro Grandis. He is dancing. Has just set off on his own. Has broken away from Michael Jung recently. And then elegant half pass from the Italian to restart this second session. And then expressive canter down the long side from Pietro Grandis. He sits not unlike Michael Jung. It's incredible in equestrian sport how the styles will pass on from father to son, from master to apprentice. Beautiful flying change. Pietro into a bowling, beautiful, expressive extension. Again, this horse hallmarked by a beautiful flow to the overall dressage picture. Pietro puffs out his cheeks as if to say that was harder work than he would have liked. They completed in Stregon early April this year, 22nd there. Pietro had a very good win late last year in Montelibretti and in Langenhagen as well. Autumn of last year, but with his other horse, Fortune the third. Pietro yet to make a senior or youth start for Italy. That's the European Championships, but it will surely come for this dedicated young man. 28 years of age this time, and he is learning this very difficult art of eventing. It's a wonderful sport, but of course to master its complexities takes many, many years. And talking of longevity in the sport. It was brilliant to see William Fox-Pitt in such dazzling form at badminton last week. 2 superb clear rounds across country for William. Pietro Grandis, some great highlights, very expressive left-handed trot half pass, and a lot to like for Scuderia 1918 Future just completing. The beautiful bird's eye view of our dressage amphitheatre here in Pratoni del Vivaro for the Italian National Championships that are taking centre stage alongside the test event. There's a lot of centrepieces this week, and the Nations Cup. This is the first of the 8 legs of the 2022 Nations Cup series. And we focus very much now on the Italian national title. This man, 4 Youth Europeans, the juniors in Białystok in Poland in 2015 was his very first outing. That was Fernhill first impression. Rode that horse at 3 Youth Europeans, 8th individually in Białystok, and then Montelibretti, Mill Street and Fontainebleau, 3 young riders in successive years, 2016, 17 and 18. Pietro Majolino, it is that we welcome Vita Louise DHZ in the Italian National Championships, getting ready to go. This pair, Ravenna and Radolfsel, the 2 R's already this year. 3rd in Ravenna. Last year, the best finish was in Montelibretti, 6th in the 4-star long in May of last year. They were part of the Nations Cup competition here at Pratoni back in June of 2019. It did not go according to plan, sadly. Sad to remind Pietro of that. Rider fall across the country. It's another young gun at just 25 years of age and riding in the military uniform, and a good opening centre line to start the test for Pietro Majolino. This horse again is a compact muscle ball. A very nice outline here, rounded over his back into the top line. And again, good contact here. I say again, we've seen some dodgy contacts this morning, wavering, inconsistent, but this is one of the better ones. And because of that contact and the consistency, rider's hand to horse's mouth, that is why the transitions can be pinpoint accurate. Down as an okay halt, but the transition down was solid. Pietro then flows beautifully up the long side. It's a quality shoulder in. 19 movements are involved in this 4-star short B test today. There is the one collective mark, and I read this morning in Horse and Hound that collective mark position in dressage may be under review at the moment, as are the frangible penalties out on cross country, which I'm very glad to hear that is being reviewed. I hate to revisit old turf, but Mikael Jung and Fisher Chipmunk were denied the Olympic title because of a frangible that fell late. It was a feather-like touch from Chipmunk in Tokyo that denied Mikael Jung his 3rd Olympic gold medal. Of course, Julia Krawski was brilliant, but you have to feel that the sport needs to review the frangible penalty situation. It's not show jumping, it's cross country. That is the main point. If there's dangerous riding, eliminate them. Otherwise, I would say have no penalties for frangibles. It's not like it was a plan of horse or rider. And we'll save the knockdowns for the show jumping to be penalised on the Sunday. It's crystal clear to my mind. This horse has got a good canter. is a little bit choppy in the front leg action. Ideally, you'd like a slightly more languid movement, a slightly longer, more expressive canter gait. And again, conservative up the long side and extended canter, wasn't really extended at all. Flying change was performed accurately, but I think a little bit tight in the head carriage is the trend developing, has become a little bit fixed in Pietro Majolino's hand. Not that softness of contact. Yes, consistent, yes, always there, but soft is the hand that I think ideally Peter Gray and the others would like to see. But this mare should be a good jumper. Zangaseda mare. And good haul to finish. Certainly lots to like from the Italian combination.
Their test for Italy. Well, the scores that
and it may have flashed up on your screen, but I was off with the fairies. Pietro Grandis had a brilliant 29.3, the score for the Italian. And he leads the way in the national championships this year, 29.3. He lies in 13th position in the four-star short standings, but Pietro is out in front in the Italian nationals. 29.3, impressive, bearing in mind that Ingrid Klimke leads the way on 24.8, so not far behind is the best of the Italian nationals. Paolo Tollonia is second in those national champs. 29.4, so it is only 0.2 of a penalty that separates Pietro Grandis and Paolo Tollonia. It is going to go to the wire for the 2022 Italian national title.
Quindicesimo a questo punto Paolo Tollonia, i due migliori cavalieri azzurri fino a questo momento. Intanto Pietro Majolino ha ricevuto il 66,43% dal giudice in C, il 67,14% dal giudice in H,
33.2 is the total. 27th position. We are now through 44 tests. So just down, I'm afraid, below the halfway mark in our dressage standings here.
So those scores then.
Day 2 of the 4 days of competition here in Pratoni del Vivaro. Now, this horse is a grey stunner. I met GKHSM in our interval. Beautiful quality, fine build of a grey. He was bred in Spain. He's 11 years of age. He's the son of Riverdance. And the dam sire here of show jumping notes, it is the Limbus, the dam sire of this beautiful grey. Antonio Cejudo Caro hails from Seville. And this pair, they made their championship debut for the Spanish team in Avanches Europeans last year. Sadly, were eliminated out on Mike Etherington Smith's cross country at the championships. GKHSM, a graduate of Le Lion d'Angers World Young Horse Championships in 2017. And this pair, they have had just one start this year so far in Major Honda in Spain. Jumped a good double clear. Duke for 10th position. Completed at Blenheim 8- and 9-year-old championships in England. Beautiful Oxfordshire estate of the Duke of Marlborough in September of 2019. And this, as a combination, is their first visit to Pratoni del Vivaro. Duke is a good mover. He's not extravagant, but he is not short on a little bit of leg extension, although a little bit tight into that left-handed trot half pass. Antonio Cejudo Caro is a pea on a mighty pod here. Fairly small in stature. Mind you, it did not stop either Tom McEwen or Andrew Hoy from Olympic medals in Tokyo. Neither are blessed with leg or body length, Andrew or Tom. And of course, thinking of the worlds to come, Blythe Tate also a small man for New Zealand, as have been some of the greatest jockeys in world eventing. Of course, on the other scale, side of the scale, you've got Sir Mark Todd, William Fox-Pitt, and Andrew Nicholson is also a tall enough man. Harder for them to maintain their balance. A good enough start here from Antonio as he lengthens out across the diagonal. Duke HSM, and now the canter sequence of movements in this 4-star short B test. These tests are designed to really magnify home training so we can really see what goes on at home in practice. A sequence of movements, each individually tailored to reveal weaknesses or demonstrate strengths. Symmetrical tests designed to give a very thorough assessment of all phases of a horse's training. And the flying changes, I'm not quite sure how long they've been in eventing. I'm very much stabbing in the dark at 10 years, to the horror of the eventers when they were brought in, because not something typically standard fare for event riders to have to think about. Of course, show jumpers and dressage. Flying changes are crucial. Breaks, sadly, for the Spanish combination. As the man from Seville comes down the centre line to complete. I think not a bad effort from Antonio Cejudo Caro. A few little blemishes and blips out there. But that, for many horses, is nature of the beast in the dressage. Not easy on an ultra-fit eventer to contain their buzzy, active minds. Of course, active because of all the fitness work that has had to go in. Down on the Seville Hills from Antonio Cejudo Caro. He completes. And that is the one for Spain. Alongside, the one for Spain today, alongside Alba Jamosa Faras, who was the very first of yesterday's dressage aboard Quillate.
Del signor Peter Gray in C, della signora Marina Sciocchetti in H e della signora Lorelan in B. Il punteggio, vediamo, di Duque e di Antonio Cejudo Caro. La percentuale di 68,10 in C, di 65,24 in H, di 67,38 in B, per una percentuale totale di 66,90, punteggio di 33,1, il 27° posto in classifica provvisoria.
So the score for the HSM.
The score will come through momentarily for the Spanish combination. Lovely to have a Spanish pair through and through. And it is at C, 68.1% at H, 65.24, and at B, 67.38. It is a penalty score of 33.1. We'll put the Spanish pair not too far away. It's very compact to the top of our leaderboard because they go 27th on 33.1. And that is only some 7 penalties behind the leading total of Ingrid Klimke. Ingrid out in front as ever, 24.8.
e da Young Rider nel 2008 ha composto la squadra medaglia di bronzo nel
Pillar to post victories have been a thing of this season. What with Mikael Jung leading from the front to win his 4th Kentucky title. Fisher Chipmunk FRH out of the Land Rover Kentucky Horse Trials a couple of weeks ago. Then Laura Collett struck her first badminton win last Sunday. Jumped a clear round to win with 152. And again, Laura was the leader after dressage. And well, you certainly were back, Ingrid Klimke, to win the 4-star short individually here. And Germany out in front by 3.5 penalties clear of France. 24.8 the score to beat. The new starter, we focus on the Italian national title as Mattia Luciani, 33 years of age, grinds down to a good halt. The horse just a little bit elongated in his neck, just rather stuck out in front of them. Not totally engaged into that halt. Delighted to welcome Trésor de la Loge to the dressage. He's a self-Francais Canaan son. One of the great show jumping sires of all time, certainly not the last 2 decades, Canaan. And his dam sire is also one I know from show jumping, Dollar du Mourier. Mathieu's top horse, Leopold K, has been a European Championship ride for him. Down into a fairly good halt, but then a little bit stuck in the mud. Reining back, just a little bit lacking fluency. And again, just coming up a little bit above the bit would have been out of the view of Peter Gray, but could have been caught by Laura Eslan at B. Of course, always an advantage as a rider if you have your moments of imperfection, to be in the fortunate place in the 20 by 60 arena that you are not under the eagle eye, under the red hot view of one of our judges. That is always, of course, a little slice of luck if that is the case. It's a very good walk that Trésor de la Loge possesses. Marches out across the diagonal, relaxed frame, not even a flicker of tension or inattention to Mattia Luciani's commands. Beautifully composed here. To my eye, just a little bit static up into canter, didn't really flow forward in the transition. Forwardness in movement transition is a big bonus point for riders if they can. Even going down a transition from trot down to walk, if you can go forwards into the walk, you will impress the judges. Again, the frame is just a little bit long. And I'd just say would love a little bit more suppleness in the head and neck. Just a little bit dead in the hand of Mattia Luciani. Ideally would just round up over the top of the neck a little bit more. But let's not forget, these horses are bred and trained to gallop across country tomorrow. The dressage movements, they're often lateral to the side. It's a different muscle set that is being tested to the ones that the horses are developing physically to gallop and jump in straight lines. So that is the difficulty, a real conflict there between the requirements of dressage and the musculature that is developed for cross country. So these are the kind of daily problems for event riders and event horses, which must be overcome to score good marks
spectators here at Pratoni.
Leopold K, Stregom and Avonches Europeans 2017 and 2021. And Mattia, he rode a flying Brinkman at 3 Youth Europeans, Kreutz 08 through to 2010 in Pardubice. And he had the 1 Pony European start, in fact, here in Pratoni back in 2005. That was with Rodabello de Col San Marco for 24th place individually. 1 medal, team bronze it was in Kreutz. The young riders of 08 with flying Brinkman. Trésor de la Loge has had a good year already. He comes back from Stregom. He won in Montelibretti, 2-star short. This horse's last 4-star run was in Montelibretti in October of 2020. But that was with the former rider, Marco Biasia. Camilla Luciani, Mattia's sister, rode this horse prior to Mattia taking over the reins this year. So new combination for 2022 and a very respectable 32 penalties flat. Here's the score for Mattia Luciani and Trésor de la Loge, and 21st position. It's a good effort it is, because it will put Mattia Luciani with a new horse for this year into 3rd place in the Italian Nationals, behind Paolo Tollonia, who is 2nd, and our leader, Pietro Grandis.
E il prossimo concorrente, ancora per i colori dell'Italia, sarà Umberto Riva in sella Falcon Sunhope Z. Umberto Riva è nato nel 1992, milanese, e nel 2008 ha una bellissima carriera giovanile, perché nel 2008 ha vinto la medaglia di bronzo a squadre nel campionato d'Europa Pony, poi nel campionato d'Europa Juniores ha vinto ugualmente il bronzo a squadre nel 2009 e nel 2010. Umberto Riva su Falcon Sunhope.
So 3 Italian combinations to come forwards in sequence in front of our ground jury here in this 2nd session of dressage this morning, and the second of those sequential 3 is Umberto Riva aboard Falcon Sunhope Z. 12-year-old bay gelding by Ferron out of tomorrow. They hear the bell go, they undertake their final.
The next to come, we welcome.
It is for Italy.
It is a successive combination for the Italian Nationals. Umberto Riva getting away. This is Claudio Riva's Falcon Sunhope Z underway. It is combination 47 to come before Peter Gray, Marina Sciocchetti and Law Eslan. It's a fairly good halt. I could just sense that it's a little bit close in front. I can't see straight down the eye line of Peter Gray, but I suspect a little bit close in front, but otherwise square. The rhythm sadly wavers in the early shoulder-in work for Umberto, 12-year-old Ferron Burgraff's son, combination 47. Umberto Riva down to a very good halt again. This horse is a good halter. Rein back again is submissive. It's rhythmical. And yes, rewarded by our judges. Umberto is a tall, powerfully built man, not totally dissimilar in the saddle to New Zealand's Jesse Campbell, powerhouse of a jockey, Jesse. Just, of course, a little bit harder for the bigger men and ladies to keep their balance in the saddle with a lot of weight on top. Just to be clear, I'm far from saying Umberto or Jesse are fat. I would not call Jesse Campbell fat. I would be pulped into the ground by the big Kiwi. But it's a nice walk from Umberto. He had a very good youth career back in the day. He had a team bronze on 3 occasions. 20 Euros in Avanche in 08, in Waregem in Belgium, 09, and up in the north of Germany at Bad Segeberg, 2010. Bronzes all through those 3 Europeans. And his debut was in Freudenberg in Germany, ponies of 07. Latino Express was 11th there, didn't ride as part of the Italian team. Falcon Sanhoip was a former rider of Aurélien Leroy, Pascal Leroy's very good son, who I commentated on last week for the show. Jumping in La Boule was a very good rider. And produced this horse nicely in 2016 for Umberto Riva to benefit. 2 outings this year already, out Kaspel, North Holland Horse Trials and in Le Moulin. Just losing a little bit of rhythm up towards C in the canter. This horse's last 4-star short was in Stregon, mid-October of last year. They were 6th in southern Poland as well. Was handy. And a good enough test for Umberto Riva.
Falcon Zunhubzed, owned by Claudio Riva and ridden by Umberto
Nice to see him
Riva.
patting his horse. Looks a little bit disenchanted to my eye. Umberto Riva, combination 47. 3 away we are. 2 more to come from the second interval of day 2 here in Pratoni. There has not been much impact on the leaderboard on this second day. Not entirely surprising because we had our Nations Cup pairs yesterday, so they are the stronger combinations. The best actually of the day was for Pietro Grandis, first of this session with Scuderia 1918 Future. Pietro sitting up in 13th position. 29.3. The other very good test was for Paolo Tollonia, Bambino di Elate, 29.5, 15th that is individually, and 2nd in the Italian Nationals. And also very good test of this morning for the Northern German, Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp and Carlitos Quidditch K. They sit on 29.5, same score as Paolo Tollonia, and tied in 15th place. They are the outstanding tests of day 2 here at the World Championship venue of Pratoni del Vivaro.
So for Italy, Falcon Zunhubzed and Umberto Riva have percentage scores of 65, 66.43 and 68.81. Total percentage
And 33.3 is the reward for Umberto Riva.
Penalty of 33.8.
His competition is up and running well enough here in the heart of Italy. We are alongside the beautiful capital city of Rome. We're in the Albani Hills. Our local town is Rocca di Papa. We're only about 45 minutes outside of Rome. Beautiful foothills here, undulating terrain, and a beautiful forest cover. Is a great backdrop to tomorrow's cross country at this phenomenal venue, which joins Lexington and Burley as only the 3rd venue in the World Champs history to have hosted more than 1 world title. It's impressive.
To come forwards in this second and final session of dressage this morning, and it is for Italy. It is Paolo Tolino's Santal du Halage, brought forward by Marco Cappai.
2 more to come before the second coffee break of the morning, and Italy's Marco Cappai getting started. Paolo Tolino owns this lovely Santal du Halage. He's a grand old 16-year-old Allegretto son, Self-Francais gelding. The dam sire here is Ara Dosé, bred by the Ara du Halage in France. The Self-Francais horses my favourite for eventing. They seem to have a superb quality mix. They have the intelligence, they have the bloodlines, much thoroughbred introduced into the Salle Francais breeds over the decades of breeding. They have movement, elasticity of movement, and good jumpers as well. And it's a bowling shoulder in. It's a powerful mover. Santal du Halage opens up well here for Marco Cappai. Marco is a very seasoned eventer. Backs up fairly nicely. Very good maintenance of the horse's frame throughout the tricky sequence. Trot to halt to rein back out of into trots. Marco rode in the Atlanta Olympics, 96. Again, that was a Blythe Tate victory. Night Court was impressive at Atlanta, 14th position. World Games in Lexington in 2010 withdrew Durango sadly from the Worlds. And he rode ITA avant his Europeans last year. That was his second Europeans, having had Durango again in Le Moulin in 2011. It's a good walk here. Expressive frame, just slightly lengthening. Active hind quarter, which is ticking over the engine beautifully. Just a little bit above the bit as he goes back into the collected walk before the canter transition. And again, slightly stuttering up into canter. Not a clear transition. Ideally, that should be crystal clear. No interval of trot steps between the walk and canter. But then expressive, beautiful flying change from Santal du Halage. Marco Cappai ticking over, mid-30s. Penultimate of the second session. He is the world rank number 98, Marco Cappai. This pair 2 starts this year already. Ravenna and Montelibretti, both 5th placings. Last year started the One Nations Cup competition at Le Pas aux Arras, venue of the Worlds of 2014. Caen Normandy was the base of Dornano Stadium for the show jumping. And the dressage and the cross country was out at Le Pas. And talking of the Salle Francais horses, that was the victory for Opgan Louvo and Zandra Ofard some 8 years ago now. It's an elegant horse, has certainly got a lot of scope and movement for the dressage. A few bits here and there.
Marco
Cappai looks keen to exit quick enough.
Completing his test.
Maybe that's his standard look, I'm not sure, I don't know Marco. But exiting the beautiful arena here. Forest surrounds. It's a picturesque, stunning, iconic venue for the Worlds to come later this September. Just to remind you the dates for those World Championships in both eventing and carriage driving. It is going to be the 15th to the 25th of September.
At age 64, in fact,
the eventing will start on the 15th, on the Thursday, as ever. And we'll have the show jumping on Sunday the 18th, cross country. The 17th of September, midway through the autumn, is going to be brilliant. And then It will be the driving starting on the 22nd of September through to 24 September.
36.2.
They are the dates. Do come along, it's going to be wonderful. I've got a flavour this week and I will not be here in the autumn, but I am envious of those that are. It's going to be a classic showdown. And the battle is really on between the likes of Laura Collett, Tom McEwen, Oliver Townend. Never discount him, and Ballamore Class, and Tim Price and Falco, just some of my likely contenders for the world title. And will Ingrid Klimke be here? That is a fascinating question. You would think yes. Will Hale Bob come again? He's 18 years of age. It would be an interesting move from Peter Thompson to select an 18-year-old. Of course, the German selection, fierce as ever, with the likes of the Olympic champion Jule Kravsky, with Mikael Jung, with Ingrid, and with others. 36.2 is the final score for Marco Cappai, and Saltao du Halage will go into 39th position here in Pratoni.
By the very well-known sire, Videtans 2. Owned by Angela Haberli, 50-50 with Patrick Ruegg for Switzerland in the saddle.
The last of the session, I saw Andrew Nicholson in the mix here. Andrew has flown over from England to keep his eye on his Swiss steeds. And no better man, one of the very, very finest we've ever had in eventing across the country, Andrew. Badminton win. I think 2018 was, no, that was Janelle Price. I'll have to look that up. Maybe 2017 with Noreo. But Andrew, while spinning rhombus in Stockholm in 1990, the Worlds in Sweden. And he is at the helm of the cross-country charge for the Swiss. And Patrick Ruegg will have benefited from Andrew in Avanches Europeans last year. He was brilliant with this horse, 50-50. The team 4th and 30th individually. That was his debut at the championships. This year, just one outing for this pair in Radolfzell. Around Rudiger Rouse. Beautiful Lake Constance cross country. Down into a good halt for Patrick Ruegg. Again, looking for selection for the Worlds to come. Felix Vogt won on home turf in Radolfzell. That was his lovely Colero. So Felix looking very good for selection. Robin Gödel, we saw late last night. He'll, of course, be part of the Swiss team, you would imagine, with Grande de Lully. This is fluent and expressive. Patrick Ruegg is going well. This horse is beautifully built for dressage because dressage blood. Feeder Tants crossed to Freedom First here. Bred by Kai Baumgartner, owned by Angela Haberli for Patrick Ruegg. It's a good walk. I think the horse could just stretch its head and neck a little bit longer and lower. Just tightening up across the back again, exiting the walk, head carriage ahead of the vertical on the high side. But then I'm expecting fireworks from this canter. Fidetan's son will certainly be good in this gate, and good flying change in the canter. 2 more sessions it is to come after this. One has concluded. Christopher Fosberg will restart the 3rd session at 1:30 precisely. We'll have a break for lunch, 1.5 hours. It's a big lunch break, I'm excited for that one. A little bit of a lurch into that turn away from the long side. It wasn't a very smooth turn from Patrick Ruegg. A bit of a handbrake turn. The judges ideally would see more flowing lines. That will show them that the horse has been properly prepared for the turn, rather than a slightly last-minute change of direction. So Patrick Ruegg, there's been a few blemishes, but it's been a lovely overall flow and forward feeling to the Swiss test to end the second session on day 2. And the 14-year-old Fidetan's mare, his ride from the Europeans, 34th in Avanche, 30th, sorry, individually in Avanche. 34th, brilliantly, my dyslexic mind combined the individual position plus the team position for 34. It was 4th with the Swiss team. And Patrick Ruegg completing the second session.
From the 13 nations who are forwards today in the dressage arena in front of our ground jury. It was our team members yesterday from the 9 nations who have forwarded teams for this first leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series in 2022.
Termina dunque Patrick Ruegg per la Svizzera in sella 50-50, ora non appena verrà confermato il suo punteggio ve lo daremo ovviamente. Ora però avremo un intervallo fino alle 13:30, 13:30, dunque poco più di un'ora e mezza prima di avere...
So just awaiting the final score of the dressage before lunch. And to remind you of the programme for the FEI Nations Cup fixtures for this year, we'll go to Great Britain, to Houghton Hall out in Norfolk, end of May, then back across to Stregom in Poland, deep south of Poland. Marcin Konarski's lovely former host of the World Cup finals in 2009. Then the European champ venue, Avange, is leg number 4 in Switzerland. 7 to 10 of July, Le Pas au Harin, Arville, Bromont, I should say, Ballandenesk and Buccolo is the final. The final score of the second session is 34.5 for Patrick Ruegg and his European Championship ride 50-50. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we say, little change at the top of our leaderboard in the 4-star individual standings. Ingrid Klimke still leads Maxime Livio and Janelle Price. 24.8, 25.4, 0.6 only the advantage, and 25.9 for Janelle Price. Robin Girdle, impressive late last night. He lies in 4th place with his ride from Trion's Worlds, that is Grandeur de Lully. But bearing in mind the Italian nationals, Pietro Grandis has stormed ahead in the national battle. 29.3 was a great test with Scuderia 1918 Future for the former Michael Jung stable jockey. Paolo Tollonia, 2nd in the Italian nationals, 29.5, so it's going to go to the wire, just 0.2 separates the men on your picture there, Pietro and Paolo, going head-to-head for the Italian title this year. Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp was very good early this morning. And Mattia Luciani, test of today with his new ride for this year, Trésor de la Loge, impressive for 31.8. And the Olympic pair from Tokyo, Susanna Bordoni and Imperial Van ter Holtackers, they lie in 30th position. Duke HSM was good enough with Antonio Cejudo Caro, the man from Seville. And these are the ones that will be hoping to play catch-up. They will be hoping, as I think it will be, that Giuseppe Della Chiesa's cross-country tomorrow is influential. It's intense. That was Sam Griffiths' word at the helm of New Zealand eventing. Intense test. It's an uphill start, undulating all around Giuseppe Della Chiesa's cross-country. We will have a lunch break now, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more sessions it is still to come, and we will see you in 1.5 hours. Enjoy your lunch, and do come back to watch the tall man for Sweden, Christopher Forsberg. That's Mike Cleaner's Con Classic will be our next test at 1:30. From myself, Ed Holloway, thank you for watching. We'll see you at 1:30 for the second afternoon here at the test event of the World Championships at Pratoni del Vivaro. Thanks for your company.
For Germany and FRH Corrida. And then Lexicon 2 and Dr. Harald Ambrose on a score of also 26.5. They are our top 6. So, we hope you have a good luncheon, and we look forward to seeing you all again when we recommence in the Dressage Arena at 1:30. final two sessions of Dressage this afternoon for the FEI Nations Cup. First leg for Pratoni del Vivaro. CCIO 4-star Nations Cup 4-star event. So that's the event and test event for the FEI World Championships 2022 to be held in September. Also counting towards the title and medals for the 2022 Italian Championship and the Italian Military Riding Championships. And to get us underway, at 30:30 will be Christopher Forsberg for Sweden aboard at Classic 2. 8 minuti dunque prima dell'arrivo al rettangolo del primo binomio la terza sessione. Cavalli cavalieri che affrontano questa prova di dressage, la prima prova degli concorrenti internazionali ufficiali a 4 stelle, prima tappa del circuito 2022 di Coppa delle Nazioni di completo. Come più volte abbiamo ricordato la condizione questo, ma anche valido come campionato d'Italia assoluto seniores, nonché campionato d'Italia interforze. La situazione in classifica generale fino a questo momento, ciò che riguarda concorrenti individuali, vede sempre al comando la nazione tedesca Ingrid Klimke in sella a FEI con 24.8, ma sul video per la Francia in terza posizione con Aminda Engelson, in seconda posizione, in terza posizione la macchina zelandese Samuel Price, la Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp a 25.9, e questa dunque la classifica per quanto riguarda le prime tre posizioni individuali. In realtà la prova a squadre è terminata ieri, la Germania è al comando, seguita da Francia, Svizzera, Nuova Zelanda, Austria, Belgio, Spagna, Svezia e Italia. Si tratta ovviamente solo del primo passo, perché domani ci sarà l'attesissimo cross, il corso di cross, il prova di battaglia. Poi domenica si definirà il tutto con la prova di salto stato. Sappiamo bene che si tratta di due prove, due test che possono modificare anche di molto le classifiche provvisorie stabilite dalla prova di dressage. Oggi i concorrenti che hanno fatto il loro ingresso in rettangolo gareggiano solo a titolo individuale. Abbiamo avuto delle belle prestazioni azzurre, in particolare quella di Pietro Grandis e Sicilia che si è inserito al 13° posto della classifica provvisoria con 29.3, mentre Paolo Tollonia, ugualmente protagonista di una bellissima prestazione, è al 15° posto con 29.5, mentre Mattia Luciani sul Trésor della Loge è al 12° posto con 13.8. Sono i migliori tre risultati azzurri, che però vediamo ancora una volta valgono solo per la graduatoria individuale, non per quella squadra. Quella squadra è stata definita ieri, e abbiamo però altri cavalieri italiani che dovranno fare la loro prestazione quest'oggi, in questa seconda parte, in particolare Giulio Pugliese che vedremo in questa sessione, in questo primo gruppo, e poi Paolo Tollonia nuovamente con il secondo cavallo e l'ultima parte. Interessante poi il fatto che l'ultimo binomio ad entrare, l'ultimo concorrente ad entrare in campo sarà proprio Ingrid Klimke, la macchina tedesca, che in sella a FEI conduce la classifica provvisoria. Ultima ad entrare lo sarà sulle piste insieme a Dressage, vedremo se riuscirà a raggiungersi a rimanere nelle zone alte della classifica di Ingrid Klimke.
Hi, just to say, Andre, yes, I can. Perfect. Thank you, Andrea. Have a good afternoon.
Teams of 4 all the team competition. Lead the way in that team competition. There is Germany on the score of 17.7. They start on
Welcome to Rome, the Eternal City. Welcome to Rocca di Papa and Pratoni, hosts of the FEI World Championships Venting and Driving. From the great success of the 1960 Rome Olympic Games to the 1998 World Equestrian Games, Pratoni will once again be the main attraction of the sporting universe for two of the most spectacular equestrian disciplines. Passion, adrenaline, stunning scenery, sacrifice, spectacles, fantastic fans. These are our promises for these FEI World Championships, with the participation of the world's top-class athletes. From a glorious past, we look forward to witnessing the greatest contemporary expression of equestrian sports. Everything is ready to write the next important page in Pratoni's history book. Pratoni 2022, an unforgettable edition of the FEI World Championships of Eventing and Driving, awaits you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the superb aerial scene. This is the venue for the 15th edition of the World Championships later this year in September. Pratoni joins a very distinguished group that include Burghley and Lexington, as only one of three venues to have hosted now two Worlds. 98 saw victory for Blythe Tate for New Zealand. There have been three Kiwi wins, Blythe winning the world title on two occasions, both here and 8 years prior in Stockholm, and in between, 94 was a very good win for Vaughan Jeffress and Bounce. We have 14 more combinations to come. We're halfway through this second day of dressage. This is our start list. I can tell you it's a very exciting start. Christopher Forsberg, the man from Malmö, tall figure, very talented. He went round Burghley in 2010 with Grafman for 20th position. I can't wait to see the 8-time Olympian Andrew Hoy will come late this afternoon. Andrew, brilliant he was, individual bronze, team silver with Vasily de Lassos and the Australian team in the Olympics last time. Andrew's career quite extraordinary. 3 team golds coming in Barcelona 92, Atlanta in 96 and Sydney 2000. There'll be familiar conditions for the Aussie, 23 degrees, dry and sunny. The breeze has picked up a little bit this afternoon, but it's hot. And we are all preparing for tomorrow's cross-country. Giuseppe Della Chiesa, our director here, has built a fascinating course. I went out last night. It is really good what Giuseppe has laid out on these beautiful Albany hills. Rocca di Papa is our local town, and it's a real hub of equestrian sport that is historic. It dates back to 1960, the Rome Olympics, and we will be using the very same show jumping stadium as for those Olympics for Sunday's final phase in this 3-day event. There are 3 parts. It's a tripartite affair, the Nations Cup, the very first in the 8-strong series this year. The final will be in Buccolo. This is the first of the 8 legs. It is the Italian National Championship as well, crucially. And it is a test event for the World Champs later this year. I'm delighted to welcome our restarter, Christopher Forsberg, a man I've known for the last decade or so, will start us off. He is now based in Malmö, the deep south of Sweden. His parents charming, and Gunilla Forsberg, his mother, rode his great Grafman to start his career internationally. And that was the horse that Chris took to Burghley, a little grey. His ride from the Youth Europeans, 3 Youth Europeans. In fact, 4 Youth Europeans it was with Grafman. 5, I will get there eventually. Grafman also part of the Le Moulin Europeans the year after. Their 20th place at Burley in Le Moulin 2011. Chris had a very good youth career. It was a team silver in Avanches juniors in 2007. 3 team bronzes coming. Vargen Pabrizzi and that brilliant European Championship bronze last autumn in Avanches. This is the lovely Con Classic, 9 years of age only, appropriately signed by Concours Complet, meaning eventing in French, where the CCI name derives from. Off square hall, sadly, for Christopher Fosberg at sea. This horse was very good late last season at Buccolo, 31st position. 4-star long, and the Nations Cup final for Chris. Le Bain au Arras Stregon. All Nations Cup starts for this pair last year. It's a very elegant and a very 9-year-old. We have a few 9-year-olds in this field, and Janelle Price sits third with Ferry Magnifico, who is also 9. Elegant mover. And down into an active, forward-thinking walk. Forward moving as well. Beautiful start today for Christopher Fosberg. He stands well up over 6 feet. He's an elegant jockey in the saddle, just hurrying slightly, mid part of the diagonal, but breaking down below 30 penalties. We have currently 17 combinations who are under the 30 penalty barrier. This horse, his father, a show jump line back to Canstarco, 160 jump up, Canturo Cantus, and I'm assuming Concours Complet. This horse's father, so named because the dam line has a lot of blood from the likes of Shostakovich, Star Regent and Rheingold, all full bloods on the dam's side. Christopher Fosberg into a powerful extended canter. The European Eventing Championships were in Malmö in 2013 on the beautiful Ribersberg Park, one of the real losses to world eventing. Stunning venue. I used to commentate there, and you'd sit there, be watching the horses galloping on the park. Be absolutely tons of Swedes coming out for cross country, particularly boats crossing through the straits between Malmö and Copenhagen, the Baltic Sea. Elegant trot work from this real eye catcher. Mike Cleaner is Chris's very good owner, who owns this Con Classic, and lots to like. As Christopher Fosberg down to a very good halt with his Buccolo completer from last year.
The Con Classic 2 by Concours Complet for Sweden, completing their test and getting us underway in the first of the 2 sessions of dressage this afternoon.
Chris Fosberg, blessed with a laid-back temperament. He's very much suited to the saddle. You see with all of our great riders, not all of them, but the majority, phlegmatic of nature, take it all in their stride. Of course, you can't be getting ahead of yourself with cross-country, otherwise that is the recipe for disaster. React in the moment, and you can only do that, of course, if you are laid back. And Chris Fosberg gets his Pratoni del Vivaro test event well up and running. And we wait for the opening score of the afternoon for the individual for Sweden.
Una percentuale di 68,81, il giudice in B di 65, 67,30 la percentuale finale, 32,7 il punteggio, 27° posto.
That was a beautiful flying change. Strong finish from Christopher Fosberg to his Pratoni first phase. Elegant horse. First time I've seen Con Classic in the flesh.
And a resultant penalty.
And the score for the Swede is in the pipeline.
32.7. The score for
The brilliant score team of Eventing Reckenstelle. They travel worldwide. Precise and a wonderful German scoring team they are.
Switzerland, this is Aminda with Aquila B.
32.7, 27th position. I thought could have gone a bit higher than that, to be fair. The overall impression was strong, but as we said yesterday, the judges are very much honed in on the precise individual movements, and if there are things that go against their strict judging criteria, the scores suffer regardless of the harmony of the overall impression. 32.7 for the tall man for Sweden.
Per la Svizzera, ieri Nadia Miller in sella Toblerone ha fatto parte della squadra e indica che si è installata al terzo posto della classifica dopo la prova di dressage, la classifica squadra. Dopo la prova di dressage, ora invece la vediamo.
I think fair to say that this nation are very much in the Swedish camp, in that Sweden were knocking on the door of a medal at the championships for some time. They struck bronze last time in Avranches, and I think the Swiss are going to repeat the feat. They were only one penalty behind the Swedes in Avranches. It's a great team that the Swiss are assembling, and this lady, she's young, only 22 years of age. Nadia Minder, 4 youth Europeans in Mill Street, Fontainebleau, both juniors, and Maasbergen, young riders in the Netherlands of 2019, and last year in Segerjo, lovely estate in the heart of Sweden. Montgomery's ran Segerjo, great family I knew from Malmö in yesteryear, and this lady was good there, 11th individually, and 4th with the Swiss young rider team of the Europeans. Nadia Minder away well. This is the lovely Aquila B, 18 years of age, joint oldest horse in the field alongside the current leader, the evergreen SAP Hale Bob, and Ingrid Klimke, 24.8 for his veteran partner or competitor. It's a still steady haul, but a little bit off square. Is the footfall. But Nadia Minder picking up good marks here. We've seen a lot starting well with good scores in the high 20s or low 20s if you're Klimke, Livio or Price, but then scores getting a little bit more strung out and less impressive as they've gone through their test. That's been a trend I've noticed over the 2 days. Nadia, world rank number 130. This walk, sadly, is a rather short, cramped affair for the Swiss combination. No real ground cover in the steps, just starting to lengthen out a little bit. Aquila had a big exhalation prior to the walk, and probably the sign of some stress, which therefore would make the horse reluctant to walk out in a positive, active style. But this pair, bear in mind, only together since October of 2020 was their international debut in Montelibretti. Their record is good. Twice 4th that autumn, and then again 4th in Vairano the following spring. 2nd in Montelibretti again May of 2021. 8th in Avranches, so top 8 in all of their first 4 starts. They were impressive in behind Robin Gödel indoor cross country in Geneva, December last year for 3rd place there. This year, this is their 4th outing, twice in Piermachen, Dutch event and competition. And Marbach withdrew from the cross country out in the Schwäbische Alps in the deep south of Germany. It's a very elegant horse with a lot of, again, dressage potential. that I am sure is going to emerge for this combination, because the overall feeling is elevated. Again, that uphill theme is just what you want. Just trying to lengthen the trot stride, I think, is the one of the features, the things to work on, and of course the walk. But I'm assuming it's more a relaxation issue. As you can see now, has got the movement. Maybe at 18 it's a stiffness question as well. I'm not sure you can talk about potential with an 18-year-old, but they're a new combination. I don't know the story of Achille B's late start into eventing. Starting at the age of 16 in Montelipreti. Like to hear the story. Nadia Minda it is who completes her test. Second of the first of our 2 sessions this afternoon. Beautiful Italian afternoon it is. And looks well happy with her old girl.
Dopo la prova di dressage ha conquistato la terza posizione in classifica, alle spalle di Germania e Francia, davanti alle altre 6 nazioni in gara in questa prima tappa di Coppa delle Nazioni FEI di completo 2022. Ora vediamo il risultato di Nadia Minder, che dovrebbe essere definitivo. La percentuale del giudice in C di 70,48, la percentuale del giudice in H è di 67,86, la percentuale del giudice in B di 65 secondi, di 65 e 71, la percentuale totale di 68,02, il punteggio di 32,0, il 22esimo.
Not far short of 70%. It is 32 penalties and good effort from Nadia Minder. She'll drop into 22nd position. Certainly exciting and a real feather in Ingrid Klimke's cap that the field is led by another 18-year-old, her wonderful SAP Hale Bob in pole position. With some 12 more to come, ladies and gentlemen. This is the delightful scene. And this lady, her superb golden midnight badminton debut came in May of 2019 at the Mitsubishi Motors Badminton All-Stars as it was that year. Now Mars Equestrians Badminton. 22nd, it was with a really impressive double clear around badminton's track some 3 years ago. That earned her place at the Le Moulin Europeans later that autumn. It was 25th there, impressive individual finish. And Golden Midnight also part of the impressive Team Bronze for Sweden, part of Fredrik Bergendorf's squad. That's won bronze in Avange last year. This is Agaton the fifth for Malin Josefsson. This afternoon, beautifully bred, Swedish bred, 12-year-old by Jaguar Male getting underway. The dam sire here is Erko Mina. If I'm not mistaken, Erko Mina, the father of Zara Algerson-Osthold's great Vega, who claimed the individual silver in behind Mikael Jung, London 2012. I will just check that, but I'm pretty certain there were 2 founding stallions of Swedish breeding, Erko Marko and Erko Mina. And I'm 90% certain. I will have a quick shimmy on the database. Combination 52 down the centre line. Yes, I'm happy to say Erko Mina, the sire of Zara Algerson-Osthold's Vega. Memory serving me correctly, which is reassuring at 44 years of age. What's less reassuring for my friends is that my medical studies, they're well out of my mind, so if anybody has a collapse in front of me, I'll be of zero use to anybody. But thankfully the equestrian memory still needs to work, and it is working. Here we go. Agaton the fifth, owned by Mickey and Per Josefsson. I'm assuming Marlin's parents who bred this horse as well. The homebred story very much part of the Algers and Ostholz as well. Both Linda and Zara top level with homebred horses. But a tough start, I'm afraid, for the Swedish pair, as Agaton above the bit in the early right-handed half circle, against the hand rather, not forward, it's all a little bit up in the air, the horse's frame, not really in any sort of a consistent round outline. I hate to be the, not bearer of bad news, but the interpreter of the rather disappointing Swedish picture at this point. So Marlon Josefsson will be looking to try. It's not easy in the arena when things are not going your way, but we'll try and now glue the test back together. He's a big horse, he's got a long frame, which already makes him a little bit harder to collect in the dressage, and again, snorting, indicating his displeasure with having to go through the motions. I can understand Agaton's sentiments. I would also be not a particularly submissive dressage horse, I fancy. Cross country was what I was born for. I loved riding in cross country dressage. I worked on, had to, because I wanted to win. Only won once, of course, but it's a day I don't forget. I was a novice in England, Burnham Beeches. And when I was 16, so certainly it just shows how these things stay with you. Back many moons ago. So Agaton will be well happy to get back to his stable, have a munch of grass on the way, and come back all guns blazing for tomorrow's cross country. Tough test for Marlon Josefsson. Beautifully bred by Jaguar Male and Eko Minna, but it's, I'm afraid, a fairly stern-faced Swede that exits. Tough test for her. She's exceptionally good across the country. And we'll put that firmly behind her and come out and really show us what they are capable of on Giuseppe Della Chiesa's cross country tomorrow.
Terminato la sua ripresa Marlon Josefsson per i colori della Svezia in sella ad Agaton, quinto, al terzo binomio di questo penultimo gruppo di concorrenti. E quindi ora vedremo il punteggio di Marlon Josefsson, se ci sono dei ritocchi oppure se possiamo già considerarlo come definitivo. La percentuale del giudice in C.
So scores awaited, and yes, 41.3. I'm afraid going into 50th position, right down the pack.
Percentuale complessiva di 58,73, punteggio di 41,3, 50ª posizione.
This man was very impressive at Badminton last week. You're welcome. There are two very good ones to come later in this draw for Australia. This man and Andrew Hoy, both senior citizens in eventing. They won't mind my saying they're senior but brilliant. Bill Levitt, we welcome. He sadly had to withdraw before show jumping at Badminton. He was very good across country with 5.6 time only. Last span diamond lift for Bill last week in Gloucestershire. He is world rank number 1, 2, 3. 2 World Games. The last span was his riding triumph last Worlds of 2018. That's 4 years later. The eventing world ramping up to the championships here in Pratoni, late September. Bill also was part of the Pan-Asian Games at Blenheim, the Asia-Pacific Games to give them their proper title. 6th individually, that was aboard Muddy Chuddy at Blenheim back in 2003, and Team Gold came in Blenheim as well. As the bespectacled Bill Levitt heads down the centre line, underway with Sligo Candy Cane this afternoon. This horse is a rookie to world eventing, only the 2nd season for this 9-year-old again. Irish sport horse, debuted at Tweedledown May of last year for 5th place in the 3-star shorts, and a very good 2nd in August of last season. Came in Mill Street in Ireland. A lovely competition down the south in, I think, County Cork, Mill Street. This horse's jumping record is immaculate. Only 1 show jump down in 4 international starts. 3 clears across the country. And their 1 outing this year was a blemish at Burnham Market for 1 refusal. The elegant leggy chestnut for Bill Levitt. He's a Sligo Candy boy son out of a mother, Castle Lee Lass by Visa Aldata Z. Bred by Noel Ruan and owned by Bill and Elizabeth Murdoch. Reminds me a little bit of the horse that won the world title here back in '98. Blythe Tate's Ready Teddy. Similar athletic body. I'm pretty sure Ready Teddy had a white blaze as well. And certainly chestnut. That much I'm certain. But I'm fairly sure, thinking about a picture, I can just about visualise my ageing grey matter. Ready Teddy had a white face. I'm going to check it. But it's a good walk here. Very good walk from Bill Levitt. Just a huge ground cover. Can't wait to see this horse gallop tomorrow. It's going to be an operator. Yes, delighted to say that Ready Teddy did have a big white blaze. I found it not dissimilar looking at all, actually. Pleased to have made the comparison, bearing in mind the world title that Ready Teddy won here back in '98, and the forthcoming worlds that Bill would love to be part of. It will be his 3rd World Games. 31.4 is proving handy. And this man will be certainly buoyed by his great round at Badminton. I can't tell you, it took me a long time because my maths is unstable. Bill is 59 years of age. So another real veteran, and boy oh boy, he's riding beautifully. And this is a really quality horse for Bill and Elizabeth Murdoch, who completes a very nice test to watch. This will be a pair to really savour, I fancy, across country tomorrow. We'll have all of the equipment and tools, no doubt, for Giuseppe de la Chiesa's championship feeling cross-country course tomorrow. Sligo Candy Cane completes for the great season Aussie Bill Levitt. It's combination 53 of the 63 that will start. It's a very nice dressage.
la percentuale del giudice in C è 67-62, quella del giudice in H 66-67, quella del giudice in B 70-95, 68-41 la percentuale finale e il punteggio di 32 e 1, 23esimo posto per William Levitt.
So the scores in for Bill Levitt and Sligo Candy Cane for Australia. Percentage scores of 67.62, 66.67 and 69.52 with an overall percentage score of 67.94.
Super effort from Bill Levitt, just shows the standard here in Pratoni. He'll go halfway, approximately on our leaderboard at 32.1 for the Australian, and at 23rd position is a lovely chestnut Sligo Candy Cane completing here in Pratoni del Vivaro. Well, certainly it's a really common feature in eventing the generation gap that we all marvel at. Of course, the horse makes that possible to have veterans such as Andrew Hoy and Bill Levitt competing and winning still. Unlike in other sports, that is one of the unique features of equestrian sports, certainly. They can give all of their experience to their horses, regardless of what the old body, how stiff it is, how broken it is. And a real gulf in that generation gap, because Eloise Le Guern it is. Eloise is just 24 years of age. 5 youth Europeans for her. An impressive CV. Team Gold came in Mill Street's Ponies of 2014. 2 years after that in Montelibretti. Here in Italy, the juniors, very impressive. 6th individually and Team Silver. And then had a very good young rider campaign at Mill Street again in Ireland. 2017, 18th position with Orage de Longuinet. Ene Aranacional produced gelding. The last two young riders did not go according to plan at home in France at Fontainebleau 2018 and the following year in Maasbergen. I'm delighted to welcome Eloise Le Guern it is who gets underway. This is Benedict Le Guern and Philippe Le Guern's Kakanine du Sudre Z. Kanekin du Sudre Z. I will have a second bite at the cherry. 12 years of age, he's a Fulton du Mont Carl de Gaulle's son, Charles de Gaulle's son, out of Listia du Sudre. And the dam star here is Duc du Mourier. Welcome to Eloise Le Guern, to Pratoni. This horse was produced by Cedric Liard, no less. Cedric, who just rode at Badminton last week, produced this horse to the World Young Horse Championships in Le Lion d'Angers back in 2017. And then had 2018 off before starting with Eloise in March of 2019. Great start it was, second in Tartas, then Le Puget, third. And late that year, third in Barocca d'Alva. Just one run last year. I'm assuming an injury or two for Kanekin du Sudre Z. But that was a very good 15th place in Lignières. 3-star long finish late September. It's a beautiful big grey. Comes down to a fairly good halt. Didn't just quite establish immobility, as would be ideal. So will come under a little bit of judges' fire there. This is only their second run at 4-star shorts. Barocca d'Alva, December of 2020. But that was third place, so they clearly can excel at this level. Great cross-country record. This pair yet to have a cross-country problem jumping. And a quick horse as well, the Zangaseda, great. Very few time penalties throughout his international career so far. There's a good score trending here for this Third last of the penultimate session. He's quite a solid build, this horse. He's got a powerful, muscle-strapped hind quarter. Just looks a little bit stiff in his hind quarters to me as he comes to the end of the walk. Of course, eventers take a little bit of battering throughout their careers because of the physical demands of cross country, but it's what we all love, and that is a knock-on effect of galloping and jumping. Lovely uphill flying change for the French pair as they move across in the half pass. Is a pricked, attentive, but relaxed as well. And a nice flow to the French test here. The feeling from Kakinin to Dressage is one that's moving nicely forward. Maxime Livio has France up on the individual podium in second, with Appui du Libert was stunning yesterday to trail Ingrid Klimke by less than a penalty. Just slightly choppy, that extended trot, sadly. But a lot to like from the young French rider, Eloise Le Guern it is, who completes. Really nice feel of a partnership. The horse looks happy as a sandboy leaving the dressage arena. Looking forward to watching the Zangaseda Grey jump and gallop tomorrow. This is the superb drone footage high up in the Italian sky over Pratoni del Vivaro, beaming the images to us. I'm hoping, I don't know yet, but that the drone will be across country tomorrow as well. I will find out, because that will be spectacular tomorrow. Just slightly tightening up his back there in the rein back, not really loose over the top of his back, a little bit cramped. But nice test for Eloise Le Guern and Kaminski du Dressage.
La 19ª posizione in classifica.
So the scores for Eloise Le Guern and Kaminski du Dressage, percentage scores of 66.67, 71.19, 69.52, and overall percentage.
It's a good score, breaking into the top 20. Very good. 30.9 it is. 19th position. Eloise Le Guern, well done. Very nice late test for the French.
For the French combination.
We now switch our attention closely to the 2022 Italian National Championships. That's combination number 55 it is who enters. There are two more in this late crop of dressage starters for Italy. This man and Paolo Tollonia. Paolo will be the penultimate. It's going to be some finish to the dressage. Ingrid Klimke has her second ride still to start. Equestro Siena, just do it. Now we welcome Giulio Guelmi, the new starter. He rides Atalico, Guelmi, Giorgio Guelmi, Graziola, Lante della Rovere. They own this lovely Saint-Français 14-year-old by Dauphin de Sevilla. Hulin de Lepine is the new starter. Saint-Français 14-year-old gelding. It is number 55. Getting underway through the 19 movement strong. 4-star short B test here for Pratoni del Vivaro for 2022.
Well, Giulio was another of the riders to come down from Marbach.
It's a lovely, elegant bay
last weekend.
To get underway
for Italy.
For the Italian pair. Of course, warm-up is a crucial part of the dressage test. Riders will commonly bring their sharp horses out early in the morning for a nice hack, just to relax the horses, get them used and familiar with the surroundings on dressage day. Could be a little lunge in the morning, back in the stable for a nice hearty breakfast, and then down to the dressage warm-up. Times will vary depending on your horse's freshness, but normally 45 minutes or half an hour will be the final warm-up, I think is standard. I was interested to hear Harry Mead describing on the commentary at badminton that actually before cross-country he often will only jump 1 or 2 fences or trust his horse and then get out onto the course having warmed up on the flat, but with precious few warm-up fences, which was interesting to hear from one of the greats across country. It's a good start here from Giulio Guglielmi. Guglielmi, I am not sure. I will ask Umberto Martuscelli in advance of tomorrow. Make sure he hammer that pronunciation down. I'm working on an audio database where riders can record their own name. I'm not building it, of course. I'm a technically defunct, but I've got a guy in Slovakia trying to build an audio database so we can actually all know how to pronounce names, horse and riders, owners. It's crucial to our sport. I'm amazed it's still absent. But I've been on the case for the FEI and it hasn't got anywhere, I'm afraid, for a couple of years, so I'm going my own way. But that will hopefully assist commentators and the sport in years to come. 32.6 is the running trend. It's a good walk from the Italian pair. Giulio was at 2 Youth Europeans, Jardy the Juniors in 2013, and the young riders in Montelibreti here in Italy. 2016, that was team bronze, and 19th individually with Mr. Brightside 6 years ago. This horse had a very good win here in Pratoni, June of 2019, 3 years ago. They have had 2 starts this year, internationally, Montelibreti again, and Pielbergen last outing. Did well at Boekelo late last autumn, 28th place in the east of Holland. And this horse was produced by Lindsay and Xavier Trenel, the French-Canadian married couple, 2016 and 2017. Had a stint with Cedric Liard before coming to Giulio. Just snuck away out of my commentary box to speak to Umberto. It is Giulio Guglielmi. I'm reliably informed, and Umberto is a bit of a legend of commentary in Italy. I will well trust him. Giulio Guglielmi, I think I've made a muddle of it. Giulio Guglielmi completes a lovely test.
For the latest Italian pairing to complete their dressage test, and it is
Guglielmi, who we salute at the end of his test. Apologies for the bungled translation. Giulio, we will get there. I will get this database on the road. Smart test it was. That pair had their super win here in 2019. 3-star short victory, that was the level below this one. In 2019, double clear across the country, inside time and clear in the show jumping phase. So a good performer. And Ulan de Lepine completes for the man for Italy. Giulio Guelmi
La 34esima
completing the first phase here on home
So
sand.
the scoring for Ulan de Levitt and the percentage score 67.14, 67.14, 65.95, total percentage score of 66.75 and a resultant penalty of 33.3. All the threes at 33.3.
Good score for Giulio Guelmi. It is 33.3 for Ulan de Levitt and 34th position.
For Italy.
Again, a reflection of the high standard of dressage here. Dressage in eventing overall is becoming impressively high. Many a combination I've seen over these 2 days that you think of pure dressage, such as their harmony and such as the horses' movements as well. The last now, ladies and gentlemen, of this penultimate session, day 2 of the dressage. Cross country tomorrow will be Saturday's great feature. All very excited to see how Giuseppe La Chiesa's fascinating undulating course will unwind on the cross country. Christopher Varka is our session anchorman. And Chris for Belgium brings Guantanamo van Elsingen to the start. This is a very good pair. They have been in 2 Europeans as a partnership, Le Moulin 2019 and last year in Avanche, 44th and 48th respectively. Chris, in total 5 Europeans, Paul Le Moulin and Stregon, 2001, 11 and 17. Falco, Victor van Steenkerke and Hopper ten Hunsel in Stregon. He rode Falco, not the same horse of course as Tim Price will hopefully ride in Pratoni this year, but here in Pratoni, the Worlds of 98 was another Falco, 44th position for Chris Varka. Guantanamo, I remember from Avanche, is a big, tall horse. It's a real powerhouse of a horse. It's another veteran in eventing, 16 years of age. He's a Vandal van der Misplay's son, out of the mare Tina van Steenkerke by Polyak de Mia Lua. Sadly, off square halts. It's a real matter of balance and a precise transition downhill to pinpoint the halts perfectly square. Not easy. I think fair to say that the best exponents in eventing dressage, the likes of Pippa Funnel, Bettina Hoy, Ingrid Klimke, they can train and hone the horse's likelihood of halting perfectly square. I think like the goal for Freddie Couples, the American, the harder they practice, the luckier they get. That was Freddie's quote of yesteryear. I'm sure that applies to halting square as well. Chris's second run this year. They were in Pielbergen, 9th at the Dutch eventing competition, double clear, cross country and show jumping. This their 12th season as a couple. Debuted in the Netherlands at Varseveld back in September of 2012. It always gives me a good tummy feeling in approach of cross country when there's a long-term partnership. It does mean they know each other very well. It means they've learned exactly how to tackle fixed fences at speed. Of course, there are chance rides that we've seen, and no more so than Mark Todd, who won Badminton with Horton Point. Lynn Bevan's lovely chestnut that only Toddy had sat on the Wednesday of Badminton, so it does happen. The chance rides result in, well, Badminton victories not often, but it happened. But that is a master, a genius at work. And us ordinary folk would be better with a long-term partner before heading out onto cross country. Just slightly wavering in the head carriage. in that flying change. This one is owned by the BVBA Alsingen company for Chris. Chris Vavaka looks happy about his work, gave Peter Gray a big smile up at sea. Bribery also will get you dressage points. And it's a lovely fluent extended trot diagonal for the pair for Belgium, who score well here. It's another very good test laid down to complete the penultimate session of day 2 here in Pratoni del Vivaro.
So
And
completing
a
for
beaming
Belgium.
Chris Vavaka
It is the BVBA
is obviously delighted with his double European Championship ride from Le Moulin and Avanche. Guantanamo Van Alsingen is a real powerhouse across the country. We will look forward to seeing him. He's 16 years of age. Out excelling on Giuseppe de la Chiesa's course on the morrow.
Lui gareggia a titolo individuale. Il Belgio ieri si è piazzato al 6° posto della classifica a squadre dopo la prima prova, quella di dressage. Intanto vediamo
We have a break, our final coffee break for our judges. 2 good days for Peter Gray, Marina Sciocchetti and Laura Eslan. We will be back with the next and final session. It starts at 2:39. It is 25 minutes until our next, with the final 7 dressage tests still to start. There are some really good ones to come in that final group. The likes of Andrew Hoy. Andrew, quite extraordinary individual bronze it was with Vasily Delassos in the Olympics last year. 8-time Olympian. Phenomenal, Andrew Hoy. He will be 5 from the end of the class. And 31.1 is the last score of this session, 20th position. Very, very happy with that result is Chris Vavaka. Great start to his week here in Italy. Andrew Hoy part of that last session, as is Ingrid Klimke. She still leads the way, 24.8 is the score that SAP Hale Bob occupies. Maxime Livio will put pressure on Ingrid out on cross-country tomorrow, no question. 25.4. is the deficit only. And Janelle Price with one of the young guns in this field, Ferry Magnifico, is third for New Zealand. 1.1 back of the lead. Robin Girdle is brilliant across country, lying in 4th place. And thinking about the Italian nationals, it is Pietro Grandis who leads, 29.3. Paolo Tollonia, 15th in our 4-star leaderboard overall. He is 2nd in the Italian national battle. Chris Fosberg, a nice test for Chris with Con Classic to start the afternoon session. Angelo Guelmi, his lovely self-français, good test as well for him, 33.3. Later this afternoon. And I liked Bill Levitt's test, Sligo Candy Cane, real eye-catcher. For the man who impressed, 5.6 time, it was only at Badminton last week in great form.
We'll be back with you very shortly in our next horse.
And these ones that are all going to be hoping to catch up with 2 phases of jumping, cross-country tomorrow and the show jumping on Sunday, all to come. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short break from the commentary. We will be back in 20 minutes with 7 more to come. First phase is rounding out here at the World Championship test event. Can anybody get ahead of Ingrid Klimke? She may, of course, get ahead of herself. We will see over the next hour and 15 minutes. We'll see you at 2:39 for the test of Austria's Dr. Harald Ambrose and Mountbatten II. Until then, thank you for watching. This is the beautiful scene. It is impressive. It is world class, and later this year it's going to be good enough for the World Championships. That has been the award of the FEI to this wonderful venue that becomes one of only 3 venues to host the Worlds on 2 occasions. Burley, 66 and 74 in Stamfordshire, or Lincolnshire near Stamford, I should say, in England. Lexington, the bluegrass fields, east side of the USA, 1978 and 2010, and 98 here and back again in 2022. This is a testament for those Worlds to check everything is working as planned, the infrastructure and all of the technical components that must come like a jigsaw puzzle together to stage this kind of World Champs that is later this year. Delighted to welcome our dressage restarter. It is for Austria. Harald Ambrose will get us underway. This is the lovely Mountbatten II. This horse Harald owns himself. It's a horse bred by Dr. Hinrich Körner, 12 years of age. This is the son of the full-blood Mount Etna, full thoroughbred father. The dams are here, Wolkenstein, so of dressage notes again here. Wolkenstein II, the dam sire. This is a session flooded with Olympians. This man, Andrew Hoy, 8 Olympics for Andrew, will come in 2. And our anchor lady, well, it is the great Ingrid Klimke. No stranger to the world scene or the Olympics. Ingrid, our current leader, 24.8, but that is a very good horse, Equistro Siena, Just Do It, to anchor the first phase. And this is a beautiful start from Harald Ambrose down to a slightly off-square halt. Sadly, under Peter Gray's eye. He's our Canadian judge at sea, the president. Double Olympian for Canada. Seoul and Los Angeles, Toddy's years, 84 and 88. Peter will be back here for the Worlds in September, and he will go to Aachen, one of the most prestigious competitions in eventing and show jumping. Brilliant Aachen later this summer. Just lost a little bit of ground here, Harald Ambrose, as he comes down to walk, but it's a lovely active walk that Mountbatten II possesses. Superb test from Robert Mandel yesterday. He was the trailblazer for the 3 combination team for Austria. Only nation of R9 with 3. But Robert was sensational. 28.8 for 11th position. And also very good Leah Siegel as well. Just popping up above the 30 penalty mark is the 3-time Olympian. We started today with a 3-time Olympian in Carlos Parro. It was Athens Olympics, his debut with Miss Ferrari. That was a very good 19th individually. The 2 World Games came in Aachen and in Lexington, 06 and 2010. And Harald, the veteran of an impressive 6 Europeans, 10th individually, came in Fontainebleau in 2009. I'd wrongly thought that, like Bill Levitt and Andrew Hoy to come, that Harald was a more senior figure, but he's not. Quite impressive, because he's in fact only 42 years of age, and he rode in Athens in 04. That was when he was in his 20s. Impressive. Mountbatten II has put down an elegant test here. First of our final session. This pair in their 4th season as a partnership. They got underway in Hungary at Dunakesi's horse trials 3rd in May of 2019. They have now completed at 3 four-star competitions prior to Pratoni Babarówko near Poznan in Poland, September 2020. They were here in Italy for Monte Libretti. That was in October 2020. In fact, this is their 5th four-star. I'll correct myself because Babarówko County on Chitsky is a lovely event in the heart of Poland, well worth a trip. And Arville was their last four-star outing in August of last year. So a long break for Mountbatten II from August last year until May of this year. And a nice test it is from Mountbatten II to restart the last 7 of the dressage. Horse with a very good cross-country record, only 1 penalty for jumping in Arville last outing. 32.3 is our opening final session score for Dr. Harald Ambrose, the treble Olympian. 28th is his current standing. And yes, he's pretty much bang on the halfway point. We have now had 57 through the dressage, and he goes 28th.
And just waiting to make sure the screen has fully updated itself.
The next to come is a man I know well, has a big stable up in Warsaw with his partner Małgorzata Korycka. Can Valencia was due to start here for the test event, but they've decided a little injury on the leg of the lovely ride of Małgorzata. Better to save her horse for the Worlds later this year. They have a great stable up in Warsaw with a number of pupils in training. And horses based with Jan Kaminski it is we welcome. He's a former Polish national champion. His good horse Senior won him the Polish national title of late. And this, his ride from Tokyo's Olympics. They went impressively well at Jan's very first Olympic Games.
Owned by Marcin Kaminski.
I remember talking to Jan a few years ago when this horse was just coming into his eye line as a contender for the big classes. And he said, I've got a great horse, Ed, it's called Yard. And that really was echoed with a great performance around Derek de Grazia's cross-country course last year in Japan. Yard at the Olympics was 29th individually, and 13th it was with the Polish team. I was very happy to see Jan back up on his feet because he had a heavy enough fall in Radovsel this year. Came early, fence number 2 with his other horse, and that was great to see him walking away okay. They were clear jumping around Derek de Grazia's Olympic test of last year, 12.8 time it was. Yard bred in Poland. This horse is 12 years of age, the son of Shuaj out of Jusnia by Chef Supreme, owned by Jan's charming father Marcin Kaminski. Just a little bit laboured in the rein back, didn't really actively step backwards. Just a little bit stuttering in the reverse gear. But then into a very nice active forward. Shoulder in, down the long side. It's a big horse, this one. I don't know, but I imagine stands up a good 16.3 tall. Maybe even 17 hands, because Jan, it's a tall lad. He's about 6 foot in height. This horse's championship debut came in Le Moulin's Europeans of 2019. They sadly didn't complete the cross-country around Mikey S's course in northern Germany, but that cut them their teeth at championship level for the Polish team. Cautiously up into canter is Jan Kaminski. Just looked like he was sitting very quietly on yard to avoid being a spanner in the big bay's brain, picking up into canter. But then lovely work this is. He's a big horse, so not easy for Jan to collect his Goliath-like body. And then extends up pretty well down the long side. That was, I'm sure, good enough for sevens, if not better. Just a little bit above the bit out of the what was fairly solid transition, or flying change I should say. Transition between left and right leg. I'll try and dig myself out of a hole. But it's a nice energetic diagonal yard, not quite covering the ground that Jan Kaminski would ideally like, but it's a very nice test for the Olympic combination. 29th was Jan's highlight of his career so far, in addition to the senior national title that he won.
From Jan Kaminski for Poland as this combination.
29 years of age only. He will turn 30 mid-September of this year. In fact, his 30th birthday will be just before the World Championships here. So let's hope he has a birthday present just to come afterwards the following week. Great effort it is from Jan Kaminski. Late in the dressage draw here at Pratoni del Vivaro.
Dalla giuria, quindi attendiamo che sia definitivo prima di potervene dare lettura. Apparentemente lo è ora. E quindi il giudice in C.
Just while we wait for the last five, I think a very apt moment with the quality of the next man to come to remind ourselves of our standings. Ingrid Klimke, as ever, is on top, 24.8. The sharp end of our leaderboard has remained unchanged on day 2. 25.4. Second is Maxime Livio and Apitu Libert. And Janelle Price was impressive early yesterday with the young horse Ferry Magnifico. Third place it is for the former badminton champion of 2018, Janelle Price. 31.4 is the total for Jan Kaminski and Yard, and 21st position. Well, the 2018 badminton champion on the podium is Janelle Price. This man, he won his one badminton title in 2006 with his phenomenal move fleet, the Magnus Great Bay of yesteryear. He's an 8-time Olympian. His individual bronze came behind Yulia Kravsky and Tom McEwen last autumn in Japan. And already after London, Andrew had been at 7 Olympics, the first Australian to do that, so 8 is a national record, clearly. Andrew, a double Burghley champion, 1979. He became the youngest ever Burghley winner. That was Davy. The year after I was born, in 2004, struck the Burghley title for a second time, again with that horse, the one badminton Moon Fleet. I was there commentating live in Burghley. That was extraordinary. Andrew based at the Summerby Stables, which is local to Rutland Water, to Oakham, and to the site of his double victory, Burghley. Andrew trains with Gareth Hughes in dressage. He's chosen the greats, Nelson Pessoa in show jumping, and the former Burghley cross-country course designer, the legend Captain Mark Phillips, casts his seasoned eye on Andrew's cross-country. Boum de Hocret is a Self-Francais mare. She's 11 years of age. This, the daughter of Orlando, out of Nike de Cursa. I wonder if there's a link, I'm sure there is, to Tom McEwen's great horse that was just up ahead of Andrew in the silver medal position. Toledo de Cursa by Auberin du Moulin Vingt-Mer. This one was bred by Jean-Jacques Aumont and is co-owned with Andrew by Odaria Finnemore. I saw this mare walk by me earlier, and she is a lovely looking mare. Beautiful eye, great neck and body, built for eventing. Very much hoping to see Andrew Hoy here at the Worlds later this year with Vasily de Lassos. Very much uphill way of going again here. It looks to be a simple snaffle bit here for Andrew Hoy. Egbert snaffle with the rings, I think. So the simplest of bridle setups for the 8-time Olympian. It's a cautious start here to the walk for Andrew. Bloom de Hocret is not yet purposefully walking out, as if he's just trying to be a little bit protective of his young self-Francais mare. Andrew, in fact, individually has had a much better run at the Olympics than the Worlds. 4 Worlds, Stockholm, Jerez, and Aachen and Tryon. Best finish was in Tryon, just outside of the bronze medal. That was claimed by Ingrid Klimke, our current leader, in behind Padraig McCarthy and Ros Cantor. That was 4th with Vasily de Lassos, Andrew's best finish to date. Struggling in the canter work, I'm afraid, is Bloom de Hocret for the current world number 18. This pair had a very good win in Saint-Quentin in France, 3-star short win early October of last year. They won the relay competition in the famous Sers Arena in Aachen, September of last year as well. With Andrew since 2018, was produced by Stanislav Dzukovic, the French rider, in 2017. Frenchman producing a self-Francais horse makes good logic. Just a little bit quick perhaps at the end of the trot extension, but it's wonderful to have Andrew Hoy here competing and no doubt learning the terrain here of Giuseppe de la Chiesa's cross-country tomorrow. The quite extraordinary 63-year-old completing.
For Australia aboard his own and Odaria
Andrew has taken such a meticulous approach to the sport of eventing. He leaves no stone unturned, that is for certain, in his quest for excellence and the highest performance every time he comes to competition. We are 5, ladies and gentlemen, away from the end of the test event here at Pratoni, and that is one of the greatest exponents of eventing we've seen over an extraordinary career.
Binomio in campo in rettangolo per quest'ultimo gruppo di concorrenti, tra i quali l'ultimo ad entrare in rettangolo sarà proprio l'Amazzone che conduce la classifica provvisoria, cioè Ingrid Klimke in sella al suo cavallo con il quale gareggia a livello individuale. Tanto vediamo Andrew Hoy, la percentuale del giudice in C 62,86, il giudice in H 64,05, il giudice in B 65.
Awaiting the mark for Andrew Hoy. A few moments of greenness like this one. Just a little bit excitable. Bloom de Hocre, but 11 years of age. She certainly will be learning her task from the great master. The fifth last score to come is 35.9 for Andrew. It will put him into 47th position. And they will be playing catch up, but the mileage and cross-country knowledge, wisdom of Andrew Hoy is unrivaled in eventing. We'll see the 63-year-old galloping, I'm sure, for fun around cross-country tomorrow. 5 left it was, and 4 more to come. This lady was part of the Swedish team yesterday, and Sweden, they lie in 8th position. 99.9 is their score after dressage. Aminda Engelson, it is that we welcome. Her second ride, it is her own, and the Hada Biaggi Company's Hot Cup VH. 4 from the end of the dressage. 3 o'clock sharp it is here in Rocco di Papa, the lovely Pratoni del Vivaro test event, Nations Cup, first of our 8 legs before Buccolo this year. And the big national feature, the Italian Nationals, rounds out it for day 2. 2 more superb days to come, cross-country tomorrow and show jumping for Sunday in the very same grass arena that back in 1960 for the Rome Olympics. They jumped it, and it is going to be the same arena for Sunday, just behind our dressage position. Aminda Engelson, under the watchful, brilliant eye of Fredrik Bergendorf, gets underway. Fredrik is the Swedish chef to keep. This horse is dressage bred because by Blue Horse Hotline, anytime you see a Blue Horse prefix, you know it will be a good mover. The dam sire here, Corrado WL. Aminda, who had a very impressive win with her other horse last year. That was a super win for Joystick at Stregom's 4-star short in late April of last season. Hot Cup VH, good immobility, if a little off square. So obviously got a good relationship with Poland because not only the win in Stregom with her other ride, but this horse won Babarufko. Superb 4-star long win for Hot Cup VH at the Swiaczicki event. Also good in Stregom again, 2019 October of that year for 3rd. This horse is a proper cross-country machine. The mare, she last faltered at Stromsholm in Sweden back in 2019, so a really good horse across the country. Show jumping record as well is fairly clear. Has the odd fence down, but again about a 50% clear round strike rate for the Swedish pair. And what I can tell you about the stallion that bred this lovely Hot Cup Blue Horse Hotline, ride of the very good Danish rider Daniel Bachmann Andersen. It's a tall horse, was at 172 centimeters, bred by Friedrich Oppermann. And the Blue Horse Hotline was the elite stallion and the stallion of the year in the Danish Warm Blood licensing show in 2016. The 7th Blue Horse Hotline World Cup qualifier in Odense in Denmark in 2015. And part of the Danish Nations Cup team, finished 3rd in Aachen that same year. So it's a very good sire of dressage horses primarily. In fact, Blue Horse Hotline has fathered over 40 offspring which have had wins in S-level, advanced level dressage. And so, extended trot as you would expect from dressage blood. Beautiful extended trot for Aminda Engelson. Her second ride here in Pratoni del Vivaro. Rocca di Papa is just coming down to a good secure halt to complete. Nice test, and certainly a real feeling of composure from the Swedish pair. Very much a nice harmony. No signs of stress or nerves on the horse or rider's behalf, of course. Nice test for the Swedish contingent. Aminda Engelson, full from the end of our Pratoni del Vivaro test event, completes a smart test with Hot Cup VH.
Non è ancora stato confermato e quindi attendiamo qualche istante prima di potervelo comunicare. Dunque 3 cavalli ancora e poi andrà in archivio definitivamente il programma di dressage qui a Rocca di Papa Pratoni del Vivaro, e quindi entreremo nella fremente attesa per il grande spettacolo di domani, il percorso di cross, e poi domenica il gran finale con il test di salto ostacoli. Intanto però Aminda Engelson, vediamo, 69,05 la percentuale in C, 68,33 la percentuale in H, 69,76 la percentuale in B, totale di 69,05%, il punteggio di 31,0 che porta Aminda Engelson al 20° posto della classifica.
It's a very good score. Aminda Engelson breaks into the top 20, 31 penalties flat. It just shows how tight the top is, because the top 20 is literally going to be 6.2 penalties only that cover our top 20. It will be 0.4 of a penalty for every second outside of the optimum time tomorrow, and 4 penalties for a show jump down on Sunday. So it's going to be a very hotly contested finish here in Pratoni del Vivaro with 3 more to come. This lady, like Aminda, like all of the last group, these final 4, all with their second horses, delighted to welcome back. She was very good earlier today, lying in 16th position, 29.5. Only 16 have broken into the 20 bracket. Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp, we welcome back. She's from North Germany. Equestrian family in Schleswig-Holstein. Her father Klaus was an event rider himself, built a training ground at home for cross-country. Marlon studied agriculture prior to focusing exclusively on eventing. Also a very keen trainer of young upcoming children into eventing. Her stables are in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, a very far northeast point of Germany, just alongside the Polish border and north of Berlin. And Marlon started eventing in 2003, got off to a cracking start, winning her debut in Sarendorf with Amazing Grace TSF. Also went on to Le Lion d'Angers World Young Horse Championships. Her second win, again, lucky venue Sarendorf, came in 2018 with Monsieur Schnabel. Her ride this afternoon, 3rd from the end of the dressage. The Trakehner gelding, he's 14 years of age. I think the 3rd horse in the field by Birkhoff's Grafenstolz. The Damsar here, the famous full-blood heraldic. So some great horses over the years, the likes of Andreas Dubovsky's FRH Butz, Leon, the Super Championship partner Ingrid Klimke, FRH Butz Abraxas. And it's another very good opening of her test, her second test for Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp. Dancing is Monsieur Schnabel. Still in the 20 penalty bracket, which has proved elusive for all but the 16. With 60 scores through, not easy to break into the 20s. It requires percentages above or very much about 70, but most of them are coming above 70% to break into the 20s. It's a flat 70%, that is 30. This one, the Trakehner, still going beautifully. They've won this year already. That was in Le Moulin, 3-star short victory, late March of this season. Had a very good 5th place in Arville, 3-star short in Belgium. The De Liederkerke Myers, beautiful rolling cross country, will have been a good preparation for tomorrow's, again, rolling, undulating, twisting test around the Albani Hills. Expressive diagonal extended trot par excellence. And Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp has had a very good pair of dressage tests to complete. Could she have two in the top 16? Two horses potentially reaching the 30 barrier. Very impressive from Monsieur Schnabel, completing with Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp. One more to come it is for Germany at the end of this dressage. And not any old one, it is Ingrid Klimke. Equestro Siena Just Do It will be the last of the dressage but one, because we now focus in on the Italian nationals. The man who sits second with his first ride, Bambino de Ilate, second in behind Pietro Grandis, is very tight for the Italian national title. It is literally 0.2 of a penalty that separate Pietro and Paolo as they go head to head for the national title. Paolo Tollonia has the luxury of one more ride to come. Shadow Channel will be the next. A Cankara mare, she's 12 years of age. Paolo's own horse will be the next to start.
Anche I cavalieri italiani che erano in ottime posizioni perdono ovviamente un posto. Pietro Grandis è 14esimo, Paolo Tollonia è 16esimo. Il punteggio di Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp, 70,48 la percentuale in C, 75,24 la percentuale in H, 73,57 la percentuale in B, percentuale finale 73,10, punti 26,9, ottavo posto in classifica provvisoria. E ora
wow, impressive from Marilyn Hansen-Hotopp. The North German has had two superb dressage scores. 26.9 will go into 8th position. Impressive. 17th is her first ride, Carlitos Quidditch K from today. And going even better, the former Sarendorf winner in 2018, Monsieur Schnabel, is into the top 10 and will have a top 10 finish, whatever Paolo Tollonia and Ingrid Klimke can do at the end of the dressage.
And it is for Italy, Paolo Tollonia on his second ride, this time bringing forward the Shadow Channel, the 12-year-old by Caro, owned by Christopher McDermott and Paolo Tollonia. So on his second horse, it is Paolo Tollonia for Italy aboard Shadow Channel.
Well, this man really caught my eye this morning. He rode beautifully. The man based locally to Gatcombe Park. Hosted the British Open Gatcombe for many, many years. Princess Anne's gorgeous estate in Gloucestershire. His base in Minchinhampton. So again, not far from Badminton, where I'm sure we will see this man ride in the coming years. He'll have a short journey. That is one benefit. And of course, the prestige any events rider would love to ride at Badminton. Paolo Tollonia, he lies second in behind Pietro Grandis by just 0.2 of a penalty. He's in his 12th season eventing, started in our wonderful sport in 2011. His very first senior champs was in Avange last year, Bambina de Ilate. The horse lies second in the Italians, 35th individually. At his first senior Europeans, and 4 youth Europeans, Jascovo and Fontainebleau ponies, 2011, 2012. And then the 2 young riders came in Montelibretti and Mill Street, 2016, 2017. Just a little bit above the bit, sadly. Shadow Channel off to a slightly electric start here for Paolo Tollonia. Beautiful Swedish warm blood mare, so she certainly will have plenty of movement. Just whether Paolo can contain her electricity and channel it, live up to her name, into some serious expression. Just rather abruptly, rather stuck into the sand as they came down to the halt. But then this mare, she's very responsive, backed up into the rein back in beautiful fashion. And then elegant 3-track, shouldering up the long side, beautiful fluency and expression. Just again coming a little bit above the bit against Paolo's hand in that trot half pass, but lovely energy and flow downwards. That downward transition right on the money at sea. She's got a lovely compact frame, this horse, beautifully put together. Conformation ideally suited to eventing. You can see she's got an athletic form to her shoulders and hind quarter. Good leg length as well, but it's got some quality as well, so hopefully that will make their dressage easier and also benefit on Sunday for the final show jumping. Just a little early anticipation of the upward transition into canter. The one thing I can spot is that or several things I can spot, but the one thing at the moment is that the hind quarters are beautifully engaged, very much tucked underneath the mare, so that really assists her for her jumping. I mean, she can really power off the back end. Basically the engine, if your engine is away from the idea of propelling up into the air, to get airborne for a horse is not easy, but beautifully underneath her frame is her hind quarter, her propulsion off the ground. This pair, a couple of outings this year, Pielbechen and Arezzo, 3rd place last time in Arezzo 2-style short that was. And last year, they completed the Nations Cup class in Houghton Hall. Houghton Hall out on the east coast of the UK in Norfolk, late May of last season. And the ultra-responsive mare, Shadow Channel, completing. I noticed earlier he's very popular here, Paolo Tollonia. Got a big roar from our small crowd. I'm sure they will come out tomorrow for cross-country. It's a select group of spectators that watch on. That certainly will be a totally different picture tomorrow, and certainly when we are back here for the Worlds in September, we'll be packed out. Pratoni del Vivaro, no doubt at all. Appreciative to his supporters, and a good test. A few little green mistakes from Shadow Channel. Nice test it is for Paolo Tollonia.
Sembra ormai definitivo e comunque vediamo allora la percentuale in C 65,95, la percentuale in H 65, la percentuale in B 71,90, la percentuale complessiva di 67 e 60, anzi no, è cambiata, 68 e 65 per il punteggio di 31,4, 23esimo posto in classifica provvisoria individuale per Paolo Tollonia e Shadow Channel.
Well, the scores for Italy's Paolo Tollonia and Shadow Channel. Percentage scores 69.05, 65 and 71.9, giving an overall percentage score of 68.65 and a penalty score of 31.4, 31.4 to move.
Good effort from Paolo Tollonia. 31.4 is a useful insurance policy for those Italian nationals. Shadow Channel 23rd. After some 62 scores, so above the halfway point, and very good pair of dressages for Paolo. In his early 20s, will be a man to watch across country. There is one lady standing, ladies and gentlemen, the quite exceptional Ingrid Klimke. We welcome back. 5 Olympics, started with sleep late in Sydney in 2000. Then Team Gold came, the first gold, Hong Kong. Enrico Romaika, with his Great Maris, winning the individual gold back in 08. And then gold again, London 2012, Greenwich Park, with that lovely horse I mentioned, the very good horse, FRH Butsabraxis.
Impressionante quello di Ingrid Klimke,
and Ingrid Klimke will come to Pratoni, no doubt, this autumn, looking for her first world title. 2 team world titles, Arkano 6 and Caro. Sandra Oifart, who took the individual title in 2014. Ingrid was 13th there with SAP Escada. But the last fence down in Tryon, it was so sad with our leader, Hale Bob, to allow Ros Cantor to take the world title. Last Worlds of 2018. Ingrid is the last of our dressage starters, number 63. Away she goes. Quite extraordinary lady. Rode in the World Cup finals in dressage in Sertogenbosch back in 02. That was Nectar van Het Karelshof for 7th place individually. Certainly would have a very bright future in pure dressage as well. Ingrid, former double European champion, Stregom 2017, and Lemoulen, successive European titles 2019 with our leader, the 18-year-old Hale Bob, but Equistro Sienna Just Do It, excuse me, leading her stablemate at the moment. She's only 10, 8 years his junior. She's a Semper Fi daughter out of Vanda by Veldsrat. Was bred by Anke Just, I think it is. Maybe Just, actually. We'll go with Anke Just, and owned by Ingrid herself. I find it extraordinary that at school at 13, some 31 years ago, I was reading The biography of Ingrid's father, Dr. Rainer Klimke, at school at Rugby, and extraordinary, the great Alaric. And no doubt, Dr. Rainer Klimke, one of the greatest that dressage has ever had at the top end. And this lady, genetics and environmental training, no doubt. And this mare, Le Moulin and Outcastle, 2 starts of this year, 9th in Arville, Nations Cup class, mid-August of last year. They won Pielbergen, 3-star short again in the Netherlands in August of 2020. Started in 2018 with Ingrid. So 5th season for the German pair. Just 1 win together. Surprising to my mind, that August win in Kronenberg 2020. Just dropping down below Bobby. That's the end of another stunning performance. Rodolf Scherer has been drafted in as the cross-country coach for the Germans of late, alongside Peter Thompson. Peter, who took over from Hans Meltzer, I think last year. And Marcus Döring is alongside the German show jumpers and the eventers, doing a double role, Marcus, so he's jetting around left, right and centre. Beautifully through, down the diagonal, just a little bit above the bit, leaving the diagonal line, but Ingrid Klimke shines once again. Could it be a dressage 1-2 for the quite extraordinary Ingrid Klimke, the 5-time Olympian? 2 team golds, Hong Kong and London, 2 world golds, Aachen and Caen. A double winner of the Le Lion d'Angers World Young Horse Champs. That was in 2016 and 2020. Weissedoen and Cascamara. And yes, the former double European champion. It was individual silver in Malmö 2013 behind Mikael Jung and Halunka that year. And the individual bronze came behind Zara Phillips, who won with Toy Town Blenheim's Europeans of 2005. That was with her great grey Sleep Late. Quite extraordinary, 11 Europeans on Ingrid's card. And we wait to see if she will establish a 1-2 at the close of the first phase here in Pratoni. We very much hope that Ingrid will be back for her 5th World Games. World Championships as they are this year, with the disbanding, driving and eventing here. Herning will have the dressage, the para dressage, the show jumping, and the vaulting in Denmark in August, so 1 month earlier, just over 1 month before the World Champs in eventing come to Italy.
In classifica provvisoria per Ingrid Klimke ed è questo Siena Just Do It.
Well, called Equestrios at Siena, Just Do It. Equestrios at Siena has certainly done it. Into first place with a wonderful penalty score of 22.7.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years his junior, but Equestrios Siena Just Do It goes into the lead after dressage. Ingrid Klimke, 22.7. She does have a 1-2. The former double European champion, SAP Hale Bob, will be second. 24.8. Ingrid Klimke, as ever, the best in the dressage. These are the Nations Cup standings. Into cross-country, Germany defends a narrow lead. It is 3.5 penalties that Germany have over France, and the Swiss, impressive bronze medal it is for them. 87.2 is very tight between the Swiss and the Kiwis. In third and fourth, just 0.3 of a penalty, so that is less than a second on cross-country. And Austria, outstanding, with only 3. The only of the 8 nations to have 3. Austria right up in the mix in 5th position. And Ingrid Klimke will be looking for her second victory with Equestrios Siena Just must do it. Outstanding as ever, 22.7. She leads herself by 2.1 penalties, but Maxime Livio will put up a strong fight on cross-country tomorrow for sure. Former Po champion and his ride from the Avanche Europeans, Appy du Libert in third place. These tests all in the 20s, they are all within 8 penalties, i.e. 2 show jumps of Ingrid Klimke's lead. So any of these group of riders or exceptional dressages can move upwards out on the cross country. 2 rides for Aminda Engelson, a pair of very good dressage scores for her and the Tokyo Olympic substitutes. A lady who will enjoy watching across country tomorrow, Sarah Algerson-Ostolt. It's a very good horse. Average Butz Avondale for Anasuma, proper cross-country machine. And Bill Levitt, impressive at badminton last week. He was clear. And Sligo Candy Cane for Bill. Seasoned Australian will be one to watch. Leah Siegel, 15th in Tokyo. Again, the outstanding young Austrian. The Italian nationals, there's a group there, places 38 down to Susanna Bordoni, treble Olympian. That is her Olympic ride from Tokyo, 18th in the games in Japan. Imperial Vanta Holtackers will be one that will speed around the cross-country tomorrow, as will Carlos Parro, Goliath, also in Tokyo. And the Swiss coming through at the back end of the dressage, but 50-50. 30th it was individually for Patrick Ruegg in the Europeans in Avanche. And Amanda Pottinger, she was so good at badminton. Looking forward to seeing the New Zealander under Sam Griffiths' guidelines out on the cross-country. Jesse Campbell, that is his horse from Tokyo as well, Diacello. Down the order, but Jesse, some big, gritty, determined man, will be one to scorch around cross-country tomorrow. Well, this is the scene, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of 2 superb days of dressage. We thank our grand jury, Peter Gray from Canada, Marina Sciocchetti from Italy, and Laure Eslan from France. Our technical delegate here, he comes from badminton, Marcin Konarski. Thank you to Marcin for his work over the 2 days. It's a massive day ahead of us tomorrow. It is cross-country. Giuseppe Della Chiesa, former badminton designer. Giuseppe was the chair of the FEI eventing committee for an 8-year period as well. And his course tomorrow is fascinating. It's an uphill start, fences 1 to 7 all up the hill. And then it gets very intense in the midsection with combinations coming thick and fast. And our combinations, it is so tight at the top, bearing in mind the top 15. It is literally 7 penalties that cover the top 15 of our individual standings. Germany's got a 3.5 penalty lead, but France, you know, as Olympic champions in Rio, will be yapping at the German heels. Our start time tomorrow is 10:30. From myself, Ed Holloway, good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Cross country beckons. It's going to be a cracker. Join us tomorrow. Thank you, as ever, for your company.